Alright. Let me get that link out, actually.
For my
Shut up. Shut up. Don't want you talking. Yeah, so I'm gonna be streaming Bomb 5014 online. I didn't do that the first time I played it, because I just wanted it to be me. But now I kind of want people to join me for this journey. This is special. So, let me, No, you don't start that. We don't do that around here. Alright. I had a character. I don't know if they have that character anymore. Yeah, I do. Yeah, they do not. They're putting me in Marlboro. I don't want to be in Marlboro. I want to be in Mateus. Whatever. World. I have. Wait. Let me look at some for a moment. I did have a data center. I think it was in here. I just want to check to see if my old character's there. So I'm going to be making the exact same character. Yep. Freya Rimfrost. She's level 14. If I create a new character, can I just use the same... Alright, back to this. Back to Crystal. Alright. So how's everyone doing? Can't pick Hrothgar or Viera. Pretty sure because that's Shadowbringers. I'm not gonna get the expansions yet. I want to wait until I know I've fully committed myself to this. Female. Female hero. Highlander, because I do like them tall. Make them extremely tall. Confirm. Chisel. Modest. Modest is fine. I don't know the difference between any of these. I usually make Freya as white as possible. What hairstyle did I give her? I think I gave her this one. This is one I gave her. Hold on. That's good. Stop doing that. That's fine. Usually like make her as a turquoise. I guess kind of like Mako, but that's not the reason why I did it. That's fine. We're on lip color now. Wish I could like. What is that doing? What is that doing? I'm pressing the touchpad and it's making a gun cocking sound. Oh, it's the clicking. That was fine. And none of that. None of that. None of that. Zoom in. Okay then. I'll pick that one. Let's go back to eye shape. Maybe no face paint.
Whoa! Nah.
Oh, I can zoom in.
Whoa! Nah.
Bleh.
Nah.
I like that one. Type 6. Let's go. She is very tall and very tough. Save data appearance. Save slot 1. No. Is she like a birthday or something? See, June. Not June, what the fuck? January, February, March, April, May. May. I'm gonna make her... Oh, patron deity. Which one did I pick for the last one?
Bitch.
Bitch? Bitch? Does the deity I picked, does that matter?
No, not as far as I know. I don't believe it does.
Okay.
I think it's just for RP reasons. It doesn't give like a stat difference or anything like that. The only time it's come up is during the Shadowbringers storyline towards the end of the main story quests before you get to post-game. Or no, it's during post-game. There is an event where the 12 are referenced, and there's some deep lore that's put in there. But only one of them is, like, nuancedly interesting, and it happened to be the one I picked, and that's why it kind of was important and might be important later, maybe? But it's not really utilized or fully explained, and it's a very, very subtle little event that happens that you don't notice unless you're really deep in the lore.
Alright, her
But
name
it's
will
the
be
only time it ever happens.
Freya. And surname will be
Free.
Frostfang.
You're not gonna be free?
No, that's only for near. Rare Frostbane.
Honestly, watching both you and Smokolo play through that actually made me interested in the Nier raid, and was like, wow, this is actually good content for the whole thing. It's also hilarious that that entire raid is canon to the Nier universe.
Yeah, hopefully I'll probably have Nier Replicant done by the time I get to that raid.
Smoke did the 3 like main endings. It was really cool. Like, it was actually really neat. Hard to follow at times, but like it all kind of tied together at the end, kind of like how like the raid does it the same way. It's very hard to follow, and then at the very end it ties everything together. Like, oh, now it all makes sense.
Ah, great. There's a cube.
What server are you on?
Mateus.
I'm surprised there's a cube. That might be just something they put on all the servers though, just for like DDoS protection.
Yeah.
Because it used to only be servers that were super full, but now it might just be for the sake of, you know, people not DDoSing the game.
Oh, there you go. Loading. I've done like a bit of the beginning of this game.
Dragoon again, or?
Hmm?
Did you pick Dragoon again this time, or?
Yep. Big pointy stick is what matters to me most.
The game does have, with its story mode going through Realm Reborn, it does have a lot of what feels like really any Square Enix game, Square or Enix, or the combination of the two, honestly, where there are points of it that's just like, this is very cut and dry and just kind of here.
Yeah, no, I already noticed that when I first played it, like, a year back.
In the intro tutorial area definitely does that. Like, levels 1 to, like, 15 has that feeling to it a little bit. It does keep a little bit of interesting stuff, but the story doesn't pick up until after level 15 when you finish the first dungeon.
I was just at level 14, I think, or 17 with my laser.
That's when, like, the main story really kind of, like, starts to roll out, and, like, you're past the, like, quote-unquote tutorial levels in the starting zone kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you get out of that, like, oh, you're just kind of an adventurer who showed up and was in the right place at the right time to, oh, you might have some uniqueness to you. This could be important. And you get introduced to like the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and that kind
One
of thing.
One thing I find really funny is they had the recreation of Final Fantasy XIV be part of the lore.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
1.0 failing and breaking down, the game literally ended with players logged into the game. Bahamut rose down out of Dalamud and destroyed the battlefield, and when he went through, that cutscene played up to where it at like where you get that flashback of them talking on the battlefield. That played, and then the game shut down. And it was, thanks for playing Final Fantasy XIV. We'll see you in a Realm Reborn. And 2 years later, a Realm Reborn.
Did you ever play the old one?
I never played it. The only person I know personally who played it was in the homies Discord. My friend Austin was the only one I know of who actively played the 1.0 version of the game. I think Arch and them played as well, but Austin's the one I really know personally who actually played and liked it, but was not like, it's a good game, but he even said, he's like, I like it, but don't play this game. It's actual trash.
Well,
like, it was
Yoshi
that
P?
bad. Like, he enjoyed it and even was like, don't play this. I play it because I have a problem, but don't play this. And then Yoshi P saved the game.
Sweating buckets besides. That'll be the either, I reckon. Some are more prone to the sickness than others. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it.
You started as Lancer then, right? So you start in Gridania.
Yes.
See, when I started as Arcanist, because I just thought that was a cool. I was like, oh, you get. I was when I had first started playing Fire Emblem Awakening, and I thought Robin was like the coolest character. I was like, oh, look, the fact that they fight and cast spells using tomes is fucking sick. And I was like, oh, dude, a caster would be cool to play. And I was like, oh, dude, there's a caster with a book as a weapon? That's fucking dope. And then I got into it, was like, dude, it's like fucking Affliction Warlock from fucking Classic. Like, this is awesome. Because it played like Affliction did when I still liked it. And I, at the time, was playing Warlock on WoW and Warlords and just really wasn't happy with it. Well, I was happy with it, but it wasn't everything I wanted, and Arcanist and Summoner was everything I wanted for Warlock, but in another game, so I picked that up during Warlords, and I've been playing it ever since.
Well, I'm a tall Amazonian human woman.
I am small, shrunk dragon girl, because it's like, I had when I first started, my character was one of the cat girls, because like, I fucking play a cat girl. I don't really like, all the other ones felt really boring to me, like very basic races, like whatever. I was like, I play the cat. And then when the Heavensward came out, they gave us the Aura, and I was like, Dude, I can play a Dragonborn? Fuck yeah!
Are there ways to change the appearance of my character, or is that just set in stone?
There is a character you will meet during some of the quests going through. I don't know if it's part of the main story quest, but I do literally every fucking quest, so you run into him. He's called the Aesthetician. And you can, once you finish the quests for him, it'll unlock the Crystal Bell in the inn rooms in all the different major cities. And from there, you'll be able to change the features of your character whenever you want.
At a price?
I think it's like 2,000 gil, so it's cost like basically nothing.
So no microtransactions for that.
No, the only time there's a microtransaction for it is for Fantasia, and that's to change your character's race.
Ah, okay.
Which, I mean, that makes sense. The race thing should be a little permanency to it.
Yeah, there should. Yeah, that's fair.
Cost.
That's
like,
absolutely
you want to do this, like, that race changes, I feel like, are something that should be cost on them. Things like server transfers should have a cost to them. You know. And then, like, everything else on it, I think they have the boosts now to kind of, like, skip ahead if, like, you're really only interested in the game is, like, I don't give a fuck about the story. I just want to go play the end game, because that's why I'm playing the game. They sell the boosts, and that's really all they're there for, because the game has such a heavy single-player aspect to it. And it's a Final Fantasy game. 99% of the people that come in play the game for the story.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
not.
they can hook and play the end game afterwards.
I'm not here to try and get to the end game. I just want to enjoy what they made here.
Right, it's a game you can literally play and get about 100 and some hours out of just playing it for the sake of playing for the story. You could get to the end and go, I'm really not into the whole grind and doing the end game, and most you'll do in the end game is like, oh, I need a certain item level to continue the story because this dungeon requires X item level. So you go do a couple dungeons with your buddies or just run random queues till you get the gear you need. As you progress the story some more.
So if I were to buy something, would I get the complete edition or would I just get Shadowbringers? Would the complete edition get me Endwalker?
No, Endwalker's its own separate expansion.
So just get Shadowbringers when I'm at that point?
I think you only need to buy Shadowbringers now. I don't think you have to buy the other expansions anymore. I think Shadowbringers just gives you all the previous ones.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's pretty common practice, but I have no idea. I've gotten the collector's edition every time the expansions have come out, so I have no idea. I've only ever played it since A Realm Reborn and bought each expansion as the game progressed. So I couldn't tell you on that. That I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a game. It's a definitely more casual game for like an MMO rather than like your BDOs or your World of Warcraft and the stuff that you're really. It's like a more competitive feel to it. The game design in general for both the story progression and the game in general, like the end game and even the heavy high-end progression content, is done in a way where they don't want you to feel compelled to play every single day of the week.
That's good.
And they don't want you to feel like you have to play 14 hours a day.
Well, I guess that's kind of what the subscription makes me do, though.
Not necessarily.
How much is the subscription? 10?
I think it's like $12 after tax, and it's nice because you only ever need one character. You don't need to have it where you can make 7 and 8 different characters per server and have 50 characters per account. Only crazy people need that. There's the one that lets you have 8 characters, and you can have 1 character per server. So you have 8 characters max in your account, 1 character per server, but you only ever need 1 character, and it's like $4 cheaper than the regular subscription fee. And I've paid for that since A Realm Reborn. It was like, oh, this is way better, because I didn't want to pay a second $15 game. But I was like, I'll pay another $10, I'll save myself $5, I only need 1 character, because that's the best part. You don't need another character per class. You can have literally every single class.
Yeah, you can just do every class if you want to do, right?
And yeah, and that's like, it's like, oh, you're playing Lancer, and it's like, oh, well, I want to go play
healer for a bit.
I want to go play a tank, or I want to go play a healer, and you can just go pick that. You go do the quest and just pick that class up, and now
See
you
that
can
class
just
over there? You can pick that.
Yeah, you could just go. It's not like WoW where it's like, oh, I'm playing a Death Knight, and now I want to go play a Hunter, and I go need to level a whole new character all the way up. Like, you need to level a whole new class up, but you don't need to go make a whole second character to go play that class. You can just play it on the class you're on. And that was what was like one of the coolest things this game did. Was like, I don't need to have 7 and 8 different characters I gotta keep up on. I can just do it all in one character. Like, that's awesome. Like, you still have to do all the leveling and the progression for gear and everything. But I don't need to have like sit and do all the leveling progression, all the questing progression, all the unlocks, the attunements, and all that. I just need to go pick the other class up and then level it up and gear it.
Right.
Which cuts out a ton of the time.
Yeah, which is what kind of turns people off from MMOs.
Is yeah,
Once
and
a sanctuary
like I said, it
from
does a
the
really
world
good job
beyond
of
the
being
hedge.
casual. And
Even the
I know there's
mighty
some people who get like a
elementals,
subscription game and like I
eternal
have to get on every
guardians of
single
the
day
forest,
to get my
could
$15
not
worth. And like that,
forestall
none
the
of like
coming
no
of the
MMO that I've
seventh
ever
Umbral
played, and I've played a
era.
good chunk of them over the last 15 years, have ever been to the point like I
However,
want to play the game every
the
day,
goddess
not I need to
Nofika
play the game
was
every day.
never
And when
one
it
to
came
forsake
down
her
to
children,
needing to play the game
and
every day,
today
I
she
shut the
welcomes
subscription off
another
twice, and that's
brave
only ever
soul.
happened once, and it was during the World of Warcraft Legion expansion.
Right.
Because it felt like you needed to
One
play
who
every
may
day
yet
to be relevant.
play a
And that
telling
sucked.
role
I played a
in the
lot more
tale
14 than I
of
did
this
Legion
great
during
realm.
2016 to 2018.
Legion was really that bad to you?
I fucking hated it. A lot of
Wow.
people loved it, but honestly, everything that Legion did is just as bad as all the stuff that was in Battle for Azeroth because it was copy and pasted from BFA. BFA arguably did it better because it didn't have legendaries and it didn't have a lot of shit that forced you to have to be on the game constantly. BFA became a bit more casual and fucked over the hardcore players, but Legion fucked over the casual player and the mid-range player and only catered to the hardcore player. Like if you wanted to play the game 18 hours a day every single fucking day
May
of the
the
week,
matron
Legion was
take
phenomenal.
her to her bosom,
If you
Ugh.
didn't,
that she
you
may
didn't want to
never
play the
want.
game because if you didn't do that, you didn't get to keep up.
And in her
Ugh.
heart,
And if you had
so
bad
serenity,
RNG like me, you got
purity,
fucked for the whole
and
expansion because the game was
sanctity.
completely balanced around legendary equipment. If you didn't have the good legendary for your class, get ready to fucking go ham and grind until your dick falls off to try and get the good one, because every time you got one, your chance to get another one went down. It got harder to get another one. So if you didn't get the good one first, I can tell you right now, Cider knows Genji, one of the greatest hunters in the game. He's a hardcore. He's one of the top end, like best in the world, top 10 mythic raider hunters in the game. Genji had to re-level hunters 6 times in Legion because he didn't get his good legendary the first time, and it was faster to re-level a new character than it was to keep grinding and progressing to try and get the one he needed.
God.
And they didn't fix that until the very end of the expansion. That's when I started to enjoy Legion. After I quit twice. That expansion was dog shit, and anyone who claims that Legion was the quote-unquote best part of WoW is fucking delusional.
You there. Yes, you.
But no, Final Fantasy does a great job of how to make sure there is always a catch-up mechanic. That, oh, I took a break for a patch or two. And you have plenty of story content to progress through, but you're not going to end up very behind. You may have to spend, 2-3 days getting some gear, but you'll be able to catch up. Like, say, me and Chris play through, and we're like, yeah, dude, we're fucking... It's like, me, Chris, and Crazed are like, yeah, we've been fucking going, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna take a break from the game. You come back 2 months later, you're like, oh, man, I'm super behind. It's like, nah, dude, go do the story missions, and then we'll go run this dungeon 8 times, and you'll have all the gear you need, and then you can go do the new raid with us. And, like, that's how they run it. And, like, it's one of those things, like, until it's gone, you don't realize how good catch-up gear actually is. Especially in a game where it's not designed to where only the hardcore players are manipulating it, and it's working like it's intended. Like, that's why when I see things like, oh, buying boosts and stuff is bad, like, it's bad when the game is designed in a fundamental way that it's abused by the whales who are going to want to abuse the shit out of it, and it's not being utilized by the people who really should be using it that may not get to play the game very often, but still want to play with their friends. They don't want to fall behind. Final Fantasy XIV does that very well, as to where the game inherently is designed with a catch-up mechanic, and it has the boost of which, I want to play this game with my friends. I don't really give a fuck about the story in Final Fantasy. I just want to play a fun game with my friends that I can get on. I can go buy a boost and just boost my character to 80 and be like, okay, here's my class, I want to play this, and I just want to hang out. I'll get on and play with you guys once in a while. Instead of, I need to go and commit a couple 100 hours to playing through the game.
Yeah.
14 does that really well because it doesn't have add-ons, it does not have DPS meters, it has a very good community around it because of that, because it really comes down to, since the beginning, Yoshi P's had a huge stance on the community will not tolerate not supporting other players to be better. Having DPS meters and going, you don't have enough DPS, get out of my group, and kicking people based on that, they're not happy with. He sees that as a failure of the design team, that they built a fight that is too difficult for players to complete on an average level. There's hard content that's going to have big DPS checks, and they started making that in Heavensward, but initially the game was designed in such a way that just being okay at the game, you'd still finish it. It'd be a little hard, but you'd be able to do it. but it was never designed to where a DPS check was in place that would forcibly be like, you need to be a god gamer and, you know, min-max your character to finish the content.
Right.
And like act like that. You could get banned for treating people like that. Like toxicity is not seen in this game like you see it in a lot of other MMOs. You run into it. I've run into some
Of course.
shitty people.
There's always going to be. There's always.
But it's far and few between by comparison to like where I run into it on World of Warcraft because I play a survival hunter. And I'm constantly like, you're playing the fucking meme spec. Play a fucking good spec, you piece of shit. You're actively hurting the group and wasting my sub time. And that mentality doesn't exist in 14 because it wasn't given a means to start to flourish. Which, I mean, has a large in part because there's not a competitive feature to this game. You don't have, you know, world first rating. You don't have, you know, top tier ranked PvP. Those systems exist, but not in the same way that they exist in a lot of other games where esports are a concept. Still why I hold the point, Mike Morhaime pushing World of Warcraft and Blizzard games in general to break into the esports market was the biggest mistake Blizzard has ever made as a company. It actively hurt all of their IPs.
Seems pushing for esports always ruins some aspect of a game.
And that's a Mike Morhaime decision. That wasn't a Bobby Kotick decision. That was a Mike Morhaime decision.
Jeez.
Coincidentally, Activision and its board of directors and financial department didn't want that because they saw it as a detriment. They didn't believe it would be fundamentally good for the game's health, and they're good for the health of the company's profits. Funny enough. That's why I always get like all of it, oh, Activision's ruining Blizzard. Like, no, Blizzard's been ruining Blizzard for a long fucking time. Arguably, the French company that owned them prior to Activision during the Cataclysm expansion leading into the beginning of Mists of Pandaria actively did more damage than Activision's done in all the time the partnership has existed. Because people forget, it's a partnership. Activision doesn't own Blizzard. They partnered. That's why their stock holdings on the stock exchange is Activision Blizzard.
What do you want, Manny?
There's not, like, Bobby Kotick and whoever the current CEO of Blizzard is are equals, not Bobby is higher than the guy at Blizzard. That's not how it works for them. It's not like a Vicarious Visions or any of the other companies thing. Like Activision Blizzard, they are tandem companies. And a lot of people don't realize that. So if Blizzard makes a mistake, don't blame Bobby. Bobby's a piece of shit. But don't give him credit for Blizzard's fuck ups. Give Blizzard credit for Blizzard's fuck ups. You know? That's why I get like all like cheesed out about that. It's not because I'm like, oh, I'm white knighting for Blizzard. Like, no, I want them held accountable. Don't give Activision credit for that. It's not their fault. That's their shitty decisions.
So the calamity is that's the restart, right?
The calamity was the Dalamud falling from the sky, the 7th Legion doing its thing, and then going, we're gonna bring this in, and Bahamut comes down and just completely fucked up the planet. And that brought the 7th Umbral Calamity, which is now what the world's recovering from in A Realm Reborn. What you're working through there is the world trying to rebuild itself after this
A Realm Reborn.
Because it wasn't like, oh, you know, the calamity happened and then Bahamut just went away. Like, Bahamut's still out there somewhere. We don't know where he is. And that doesn't mean the threat is just suddenly gone either.
Bahamut's one of the gods, isn't he?
Bahamut's what's considered... Bahamut is a special case. There's a storyline through the first raid that was introduced in Realm Reborn's, rather. It's 12-turn raid. Or I think it's 13 turns in that one. Is the Coils of Bahamut, and through that you kind of learn a good chunk of the story of the why of what Bahamut really is, and then you really come to understand a lot of what happens. And he plays a prevalent part even all the way up to where I'm at in the story at the end of the Shadowbringers expansion, as to what he really is and how he became what he was. Because Bahamut originally was just a dragon, but now what Bahamut was when he caused the calamity was something twisted and different. But I don't want to give that part of the lore because that's a big story plot point, and it's really, really good. The raid isn't part of the main story, but it's definitely worth going through for the story. So it'd be something like, even we just carry you through it, so you can see all the story points. There's a lot that I was confused on. I was like, where does the story go from here? But it's in that there's parts that are tied off in that raid, because all their content is all built with story involved. There's no content that exists just for the sake of being content. Everything has a story, because it's an Enix game. Of course, there's always story.
Of course.
involved. They don't just have shit for no reason.
Squeaky suits.
What?
These guys have like the most squeaky leather I've ever heard.
What part are you at?
I'm talking to Mother Mune. The first time.
Oh.
And then these guys came in, squeak, squeak, squeak.
They got the boots from SpongeBob.
Yeah.
I was watching Barb play Dead Cells and he's getting absolutely fucking dumpstered. He's on like boss cell 4 or something. So it's obviously at like the ridiculously difficult difficulty version of it.
Jeez. I heard Hades is
Really
finally gonna be put on PS4 at some point.
What is?
Hades got rated for PS4 in Korea.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking forward to playing that on PS4.
Oh shit, the level 70 gear is in here.
So the current level cap is 80.
Current level cap is 80.
90 from Endwalker comes.
That I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do.
That's what the description said.
Oh, it does say level 90?
Yeah,
I didn't remember seeing anything particularly where it says that. But you could just buy the Omega pet with the tombstones? Holy shit. I didn't realize you could just buy these pets.
Did you engage in that Butterfinger thing?
No, I saw that, but I was like, I don't like Butterfinger to begin with. I'm not gonna go buy a Butterfinger just to get a mount.
I don't think it's just Butterfinger. It's $5 worth of Butterfingers.
Yeah, like it's a gross amount of chocolate peanut butter that I'm not gonna eat and waste for a mount I'm never gonna ride.
Yeah, it looks that mount
cool
looks
that
horrible.
They do stuff like that with this game, and honestly, like if there's MTX in any game that's done well, and like events for buying real world items for in-game rewards that's done well, this game does it really, really, really well. But it's just one of those. It's like, no, I don't want to ride on a poop droplet for buying candy I don't enjoy. Thanks, Butterfinger, but no thanks.
Quest complete. Check your game tutorial. You're taking the first adventure in the city of Gridania.
I was hoping I could see you in the, but I realized that that's not how it works.
I could put up the Discord if you want me to.
Friends list. No, hang on a second. I can add you. How do I add a player? I forgot how to add a player.
So the ones with the tails, those are the main scenario quests. Quests using this icon indicate task and secret test.
The like quests with the little quest with a blue barrier behind the exclamation point is shit that'll unlock new stuff. Regular exclamation points are just side quests that just have fun little stories to them.
Yeah.
And then all the fire around it means like, hey, that's your main scenario quest, which it'll show you in the top left what your next objective is.
A really fantastic job of trying to simplify like the control scheme for an MMO on a PC and trying to put it on controller.
The fact that you can play this with a controller and how well done it is why I enjoy. I play it on PC with a controller.
The L2 and R2 like doing different buttons is just such a genius idea.
And the way everything flows together, honestly, is just, Final Fantasy may be a game that knows its formula and never deviates from it, which isn't to its detriment in most cases. For some people it is, but for most people they know what they're going to get. It's not like where I have to worry about Blizzard trying to reinvent the fucking wheel every time a new expansion comes out. Final Fantasy gives me a new expansion. I know I'm going to get main story quests, I'm going to get side quests, I'm going to get probably a new job or two, I might get a new race, I'm going to get some cool new dungeons, I'm going to get a new raid, and I'm going to get a new trial set. I might get some big boss fights to fight, and I know what I'm getting out of it. I don't have to worry about, oh, I'm gonna get is this new system actually gonna be good? There's no reason for like a Bellular to exist for Final Fantasy because there isn't anything to be dramatized about. Like there's no, oh, big new thing. Is it gonna be good?
We know it is. Yoshi P's a fucking genius.
The formula works and it maintains itself because it works, and that's all it needs to be.
I'm very excited for 16.
16 looks really good, especially with the fact of how they're running it. I'm very excited for that. That's the Scion Liber. Oh, I wonder if that's one of the Scion outfits from the cash shop, because you can buy like all the main like NPC characters. A lot of their outfits you can buy for real money because they're not like things you can obtain in the game, of course.
Now that I have a PS5, I get to play this at 4K.
I mean, technically I can play it at 2K. I don't have 4K monitors, so I can't actually see it at 4K. All it does is overload my graphics card.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely turn the settings on to 4K on my computer, but I can't tell because my monitor can't render that high.
Yeah.
And all it does is like overclock my graphics card for no goddamn reason. How do I add...
Friends. Also, hi, Craze. Oh, Craze left.
Crazy? Oh, Crazy joined and then left. There is a way to... There's a way to get... Hang on, how do I... Oh, I didn't know that. I gotta world travel. I think that's how I gotta do it.
Apparently, Yoshi P hates Lancers.
It's his least favorite class, yes.
Why?
I don't know, but I'm really glad that he was able to find a way to get his favorite class in the game from the Final Fantasy franchise and make it not a tank, because it's my favorite class in all of
class
Final
is that?
Fantasy. It is the Samurai.
Ah, I should give that a shot at some point.
They got added with Stormblood. So
And the
I believe
Reaper
you
looks
need to be
really
level
cool.
70 to PL. I think you need to be level 70 to pick the quest up for it to unlock the job, because it's considered an advanced job because it doesn't have a prerequisite class. So it starts as just the job version. It doesn't have like, oh, you have Lancer and then that turns into Dragoon. You're just a Samurai. And that's how the extra classes that got added after the fact work. They don't have a prerequisite class before it. Rogue to Ninja was the last time they did one like that. But I was really, because he didn't want Samurai to be added as a tank, which is why they weren't added with the Heaven's Ward expansion, when they really kind of should have, because that's when Doma first got introduced and you had the Far East get brought in.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to add it then because the game needed a third tank, and he didn't want Samurai to be a tank because he didn't want to be a tank. He wanted to be DPS. So he's like, we're gonna hold off on Samurai. We're gonna give you something that we gave you Dark Knight instead. And then the next expansion is when we got Samurai.
Right over the experience bar whenever you're into a sanctuary. Well, in the special area, you are accrued a rested bonus. The bonus will continue to grow even if you are offline. All experience earned through battle, crafting, and gather, while under the benefit of the rested bonus will increase by 50%. Current rested bonus is displayed on top of your experience bar. The orange bar shows how much more experience can be earned when the bonus fades. If the bar is blue, it indicates your bonus will carry up to the next level.
I'm trying to figure out how to travel to your data center so that I can add you. I've never done it. Everyone's always traveled to my data center because I play on a server that you literally can't make a new character on.
Just can't.
Oh, here, yeah, it's from the major Aetherites you can do it. So the reason being is that Balmung is what's considered a legacy server. It's one of the servers that existed back during 1.0. The reason we all play on it is because it's the server Austin was on. So when Chris started playing, he played with Austin, and it was on Balmung, and I started on Midgardstormer and transferred, because it was back then that was the only way you could actually make a character, unless you got up at like 2 in the morning on a specific day when it was low traffic and the server would unlock to have player characters get made on it. Nowadays, it's just completely locked out. You can't even transfer onto the server. And honestly, I fucking hate it on this server. You can't own housing because it's an RP server, and it's ancient as fuck, so there's a lot of old money on here. And you just literally can't do half the content I enjoy and think is cool in this game because of it.
So I'll be able to own a house on Mateus?
More than likely. Because it's probably not a full server like Balmung is.
The housing market's so fucked.
Oh, on Balmung, the housing market is like the US or the UK. It is beyond fucked. You have to do some black market backdoor shady shit to be able to get your hands on it. Alright, I have now traveled to Mateus. There's actually a lot of fucking people on this server. Holy crap.
What are those dots? What are the dots in the bottom right?
Dots on the bottom right.
Yeah, for me there's dots on the bottom right. A whole bunch of
Oh,
them.
that's showing your inventory. If you open your inventory, that'll match what icons are in your inventory. Green is going to be equipable items. Blue is anything that is green. I believe green is anything untradeable. Is gonna be that. Anything tradable is blue. And then... Well, that's not necessarily true. I don't know what the red ones are. Because
you're
the
here.
red ones for me happen to be certain particular reagent items.
I was
But
like,
then
oh, hey,
also-
look, a little funny rock person. Oh, Andy Spexifier.
I've been found out.
I didn't even notice it was you at first. I was like, huh, what a funny
I
little
have-
rock man. Oh my god, it's Specs.
Oh wait, that's me. This is what endgame looks like.
That
For level 70.
that
because
looks
none of the
actually
gear-
really. Is that Samurai?
I don't like any of the gear from. This is the second patch gear for Stormblood for the striking set, and it's the only armor that I actually cared about. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the gear out of Shadowbringers personally. The class sets you get early on are really nice, but like the higher tier gear, I just feel like is very basic and simple, and I'm not a huge fan of.
There we go.
Now your name is Orange.
Your name is Orange.
Yup, that distinguishes that we are friends.
Is that your Samurai class?
That's Samurai.
That
This
looks
is,
awesome.
Summoner class,
Awesome.
which is cool because, well, it's cool because I have pets, but they're not as cool as they used to be. They've neutered this class quite a bit because
Aw.
pets used to be really fucking broken, and instead of figuring out how to balancing them, they couldn't figure out how to balance them, so they just had to kind of completely alter how they work. It's
Video
better
games.
now, but it's not what it was, and it kind of bugs me. I still enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it as much as I used to. Then because Arcanist is a unique style basic class, because I get a healer class for free. So since I leveled Arcanist, I get Summoner is my prestige class, but since I unlocked this class as well, I also get Scholar basically for free. Because it follows all the levels are based on the base class, not the job. So I level 80 Summoner because I'm also level 80 Arcanist, which means I'm also by default level 80 Scholar, so I can play a healer just because I have it.
Huh.
Which is partially why I have it, but it's also a book class, and it all does healing stuff.
I
and it's
don't
really
read.
cool. A lot of its abilities look really fucking cool.
Seems like a lot of reading. Nerd.
You would think, but they're actually based off of strategists
Ah.
from one of the ancient races of this game, you find out. And one of their major titles for them is the Nimian Marine. You're basically a military strategist, and that's what their job was. So you're a healer, but you're also essentially a tactician. So it was like, oh, that's really fucking cool. So I actually learned how to play the healer because of I liked the story around it. I'm not great at healing, but I really like the story behind it. And then their summon, they're also a pet class, and they get a little fairy that heals.
Hey, Cider,
They get
welcome.
two of them. There's Eos and Celine.
Alright.
So I have Eos and Celine Dion.
Alright, time to find some quests to do. Time to get going.
I'm gonna chase you around and constantly flip classes because, look, now I'm your level. Well, no, I'm actually significantly higher level than you right now, but I look similarly leveled.
Ah, you
Holy
can
shit,
switch pretty
you're
quickly.
way fucking taller than me. I did not realize that.
Yeah, I'm a Highlander, man. I told you, as strong Amazonian women.
I am ready. Break me. Snap me in half.
Sure. Someone's
Crush
playing.
me,
Someone's playing music
break
over
me
there.
between thighs.
So what's Gunbreaker like?
This is another tank. They're very fragile if you don't play them right. But their whole thing is they have the sword that has the gun strapped onto it, and what you're basically doing is you're loading aether charged bullets into it, and that's how you do all your like defensive abilities. Is they trigger aether through their weapon. It's a really cool class. It's the only tank I really enjoy of the four of them there are. I really like this one. Because it has, I like it because it has a lot of range to it and melee, and just the way it looks is very flashy and super interesting to me.
How do I do like an emote?
Oh. Then you can, I have ninja as well because Naruto hand signs are way more fun nowadays than they used to be. They used to suck. I really, it's one of those classes like I really liked it as rogue, and then I unlocked ninja, was like, oh, this is cool. And then the further I got into it back then was like, now it's not fun anymore. And then they've since fixed it. They've made ninja a lot more fun nowadays.
Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, it's really fucking cool. It's very like Sekiro in style.
So many people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the server, it looks like. And then I have one other class I play actively.
I do have a question for you, Spec.
Ah.
Do you know Lahi?
Lahi?
I will play Lahi.
That song plays in what's called the Raktika Greatwood, which is in the Shadowbringers content.
Yeah.
But there's a couple other songs that are very memeable like that one. But there's a reason that he used that song. It became a meme really fast because it's one of the only songs that has vocals in it. It's just ambient songs. And it's very, very comical. They have changed a lot out of this class. Oh my god. I was going to show you like the auto turrets and stuff this class does, but I can't because you can't just summon them anymore. But this one is you have a gun. It's one of the only it's the only other ranged physical damage classes in the game. The only other one that you can play is Bard.
So this trial gets me up to 60?
What?
What does this trial get me up to? This free trial?
You can play for free all the way to level 60.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And you can play all of Realm Reborn and all of Heaven's Ward.
So and Heaven's Ward I heard is pretty good compared to Realm Reborn.
Realm Reborn is really, really good and it gets stronger as you get deeper into it. And then Heaven's Ward is a phenomenal mix of, you know, big, like compelling, like, RPG element story stuff and a whole lot of, like, political involvement storylines. And it's very, very good because it plays along what's called the Dragon Song War that has gripped the area of Ishgard for 1,000 years. And there's a lot of, like, it plays into like the Roman Catholic Church as like its predominating body and ruling body, and has a lot of like really neat like Illuminati style things of like, do you really trust what you're being told, and what you're being told is it really the truth, or are you being led on? And there's a lot of really interesting story points to it. And it plays really well itself into the main overarching story of the game. I really enjoyed it. I need to get this class leveled up, like, a lot, because this gear is cool, but I'm not a huge fan of the Leviathan set these days. This was cool when it came out, but I'm not really a fan of it anymore. I just haven't played this class since Heaven's Ward, that's why it's still level 60. Forgot I still have second wind on this character. And then Crafters and Gatherers also have classes. This is my main class. This is Fisherman.
You look like you're designed by Tetsuya Nomura.
It does, honestly. I think that's probably why I like it so much. This is the max level gear for level 80. And this is probably the best fishing set they've ever put in. I really like this fishing set.
Set?
Yep, this is the Fisherman class, and it has its own gear and weapons.
Fisherman class?
Yep. Your Gatherers and Crafters in this game have actions and abilities just like any other class. It's not like where you just go and pull out a fishing rod and now you're fishing. You have a class that you level up. It has skills, abilities, nuance, all kinds of stuff. So like I have a bait box, and I carry around all the bait with me because I love fishing so much. But there's different bait, and different bait used in different areas will get you different fish based on time of day, weather, all kinds of stuff. Like there's a whole lot to fishermen in that. And then Crafters have the same thing. So like I have blacksmithing leveled up, and that has its own abilities and everything. And crafting has its own end game in itself with crafting. Like if you want to play through the game and be a crafter, and that's your end game, you can literally just play crafting, and there's an end game to progress through with it.
Wow.
Now I'm a blacksmith.
Now you're a blacksmith?
Yep. I want to level some of the other crafters. It's just I'm not a huge fan of actually progressing the crafting, so I kind of just CBA on it.
I remember there used to be loading gates on PS4.
There are still loading gates between certain areas of the game. It just depends on where you're at.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a loading gate between this area and the main area.
Yeah, there's two different sections of this city.
Wow.
But, we're still just in the first half of the city area. There's another half of it.
Chance
all of the cities have, I think, 2 areas to them. I don't think there's any cities that have 3, and I don't think there's any of them that have 1. There's some major locations that have 1 area, but all of the major city areas have at least 2 locations. I think Yulmore has 3, but it's the only one that does, and one of them is just for story context. It doesn't actually have any like like important locales or important NPCs in it for like any other reason you go there besides story missions.
Press a button to assign it to an action. I guess I'll put it to up on L2.
I also have sunglasses, as is my namesake.
Oh, very cool.
Very
Very cool.
They're a crafting thing you can make. I want to say with goldsmith.
From
They're
the
the
past.
They're like the jeweler. Yep. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of the names in this game.
The only one I know of these that actually I know pretty well is Ishtola. I know she's in here.
Yep. There's one guy whose name is Grahatia, but it took me like 3 expansions to figure out how his name is said.
Do they never say it like in a voiced cutscene until?
That's when I figured it out, but it wasn't in. He didn't have a voiced cutscene until Shadowbringers, but he shows up in A Realm Reborn, which is why when you get to the point in the endgame, you want to make sure you do the Crystal Tower raids, because that character is super important. Just because there are characters that will show up in side story content that don't necessarily mean that they only existed in the side story and can't become part of the main story. There's a lot of characters that show up in side quests that, if you do all the side quests, you'll notice they'll show up during main story, and then you'll be like, oh, I know who that is!
So
Oh!
just any random side quest giver can be the next
Literally
important
do
character.
Because do everything and pay attention to everything, because even the side quest stories are important.
Even this one I'm being
This
given to
world,
by
I will
chance.
tell you, is extremely finely crafted, and there is not a point in this game where you will do something, even the silly content.
There is not filler, is what you're saying.
There is not filler. Nothing, even filler isn't filler. Everything is referenced, even the Hildebrand quests that I love and adore in the post-game of Realm Reborn, that show up in each expansion so far, and are just like the silly comic relief style quests, still make an appearance during the main story. Hildebrand
Wow.
himself doesn't, but an important character in the storyline is a major character in the game's plot and story, and does show up during the main story quests.
Crazy.
Yep, like even filler isn't filler is exactly how to put that.
Fantastic.
So if you go right here, that's going to take you through one of the little loading
Yeah, that's a
gates.
loading gate.
But they
Alright,
should
let's
be
see how fast it is on PS4, PS5, I mean. Instant. Nearly
Yep,
instant.
we spawned in pretty much at the same time, and I'm on PC on like big dick graphics, so
I'm
I play
on
on
pretty
Mac
big dick
phone.
graphics.
that just shows how powerful a PS5 is. It can move quick. The game also has a lot of good loading optimization built into it, so that helps quite a bit as well. 'Cause
Oh, I
that
remember
game
this piece of shit.
support up until Stormblood for PlayStation 3 players to keep playing.
Oh yeah, players on PS3, they kind of just shut them off at some point, didn't they?
They shut them off, but they did give them the ability to transfer forward.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
hey,
good.
we can't keep supporting PS3 because we need to be able to progress the game's engine. But here's how you can still keep your characters and move forward. They gave you an ability to transfer it over so that you could move forward with it. So it wasn't just you're just kind of, shit out of luck, buy the game again, start over. It was, no, you can transfer over. It's just know full well that going forward, we will not be continuing to support Final Fantasy XIV on PS3 because it's outdated.
And that's fair. PS3 was like
you needed to be able to progress the game forward. That's the same reason why they're really excited about going to PS5, is a lot of PC players are like, ooh, we might be able to get more systems and stuff that we can get because they have to develop the game alongside PC and console. So there's things that even PS4 held back because it's like PS4 can do quite a bit, but there's certain restrictions, like you just can't do it, even though it would be great for PC, because they don't want to give PC players a distinct advantage. That's like, this game is not designed in a way where like you will have a distinct advantage playing mouse keyboard. Like, I actually think it's a detriment because you can tell when someone has a controller because their movement is way more fluid. And if you ever see people like slide around and turn really weird, you can tell they're playing on a keyboard, and I hate it. It looks awful.
So do you recommend buying stuff or just earn stuff through quests?
The only time I would say buying gear is important is if you have the money, if you have the gil to do it. just for the sake of gearing out. If all you care about is just keeping a progress, and you don't want to have to do like, oh, I got to this point, but I'm eye level 50, but I need item level like 65 to do the next dungeon, so I need to go back and grind the previous dungeon to get the item level increase to go progress the next to do the next dungeon to progress the story. If you want to skip the grind, you can buy items on the market board, and generally they're not super expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not gonna be I've missed out on the progression of the game. In my opinion, playing an MMO, that's one of the nuances of there being no wrong way to play an MMO. If you have the wherewithal to maintain getting a bunch of gold, and you have the money to go like, oh, I need a new piece of gear, you can just like all the gear you can make in the game, all the crafted gear is on par with gear you can.
So if I just want to, so I don't need to buy gear, I could just make my own if I want.
You can make your own. If you wanted to get into crafting, you could literally make all your own gear for your damage classes.
So blacksmith
your actual
class,
combat classes, and all of that gear is relevant.
Yeah.
What I like about it is that some of the gear, because all the gear has different stats on it, there's some gear that'll come from dungeons and raids and badge tokens that you can turn in at endgame that have certain stats on it, and then the crafting gear has certain stats on it that you'll run into a situation where like, I really want like the gloves from this raid, and then the boots from this dungeon, and then the pants and shirt from these tokens, but then I really want the helmet from the crafting gear because those have the stats I really want.
Yeah.
Rather than just taking all the raid gear that has item level, but the stats aren't exactly what I want. And that's where it comes into that nuance, like min-max or idea I get into, where like, I want to have X amount of this stat and Y amount of this stat because that's going to make my class perform just this much better. Because that's the fun part I like about the game, is being able to, have that strength and really be able to just go in and just big dick something down and then have other people go, dude, holy shit, that guy's really fucking cool. I want to be able to do that. Because for me, that's the cool part about having an MMO, is going through and like, when I come in and like you're a new player coming in, you see this and you're like, dude, that armor's really cool. Where do I get it? And I'd be like, oh, you get this doing the end game stuff, and this is how you unlock it. Like, that's cool because now I have this gear that I worked for, and I was like you before. It's like, that's really cool. Where do I get that? And then I earned it. And now you see it, and you're like, dude, that's really cool, where do I get it? And then you're gonna be like, I want to go do that, and be like, you go and do that grind and get into it and get involved in it. And then someone else will see you, and that cycle repeats. That's what makes an MMO so cool and keeps that cycle going.
Because I haven't really seen a high-end Dragoon yet.
Cool things, and then we have a good time.
That's a Dragon Quest pet, isn't it?
Yes, there was a Dragon Quest crossover for the Dragon Quest X game. And there was a event thing you could go fight a giant brickman, and you could get this, and there's also a king slime helmet you could get, and a thug mask. So like the big brawny guys that have the mask with the horns on it and the face mask on it, you can get a helmet that looks like theirs, and then you can also get a king slime helmet, and I think there's slime earrings as well that they've added before.
But yeah, I haven't yet to see what a high-end.
When we leave the major city, I can show you what the mounts look like.
I have yet to see what a high-end like Lancer looks like.
The story ones are really cool, but I'll show you some of the ones you can unlock doing like raids and endgame content.
When do we get to the major cities?
As you progress the story, leveling up through 1 to 15, there'll be a quest you'll get after your first dungeon that'll have you go see the other 2 grand companies. And then after you see these first 3 major cities, there's a 4th major city you'll encounter in one of the late game zones of the level 50 areas for A Realm Reborn. It's north of Thanlin on the main continent. It would be west of us, canonically, I believe. Let me check the major world map, actually. So I want to... compared to where we are right now, the last quote-unquote major city of the first part of the game is west of us. It's called Mordona, but the city there is like a half major city. And then you won't see the next major city until you get to Heaven's Ward, and you'll get introduced to that next one there. That's where the 4th one shows up. And then there's another half major city in Stormblood, and then my favorite major city is in that one as well. And that was when they added another residential district. And that one's based on feudal Japan over in that one. And then there's two major cities in Storm and Shadowbringers. Well, there's a major city and a major hub, and there is a difference there because one has a market board and one doesn't.
Uh-huh.
But that's a neither here or there. They both count as major cities. It's just there's a designation which is kind of silly behind it.
Hello.
Hey, Chris.
Arrow.
Hey, hi. How are you?
You gonna make fun of me for choosing a human?
Sounds like the fucking like Smooth Bob.
Yeah, smooth boy. Hey, hi.
Hey, hi. How are you? What did you pick? Hold on. What?
I picked human. You're gonna make fun of me?
A Thylander?
Yeah,
Oh,
hi.
he's-
Yes.
He's got the big Thailander.
I got the big
dude.
Thylander, man.
Is he at least dummy thick?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll let him
It's-
pass
it's
for now.
Big crush me, mommy energy.
And also,
Okay, I'll let-
I put muscle tone up to 100.
As you should. There's no other way to play the game.
Mm.
I'm doing the Mambo while he watches a cutscene.
Yeah, I'm in Mateus if you want to make a character in that.
Not really. I'd never actually pop it open, truth be told.
Yeah.
Like, I'd pop it open for, like, this one time just to go along with you, and then I'd just never touch it again, honestly.
Nice little dance.
Can't handle these moves. The Manderville Mambo.
Let me see if I... What do I got?
I think every race has its own unique dance.
Cute.
I've never seen that one before.
That's the Lancer one, I'm guessing.
No, it's unique to the race you play,
Ah,
not
the
class
human
you
one, then.
play.
Has he gotten out into the world of Skyrim yet? I mean, yours
I
yet?
don't think he's left the major city just
No, I'm
yet.
still doing stuff around the major city before I decide to go out there.
Wait, here's the...
Alright, then.
This is from one of the holiday events.
Oh, that's cute.
It's from what they call it Little Ladies Day, and they had like little rave emotes from a concert that they had for it.
Do they have Travis Scott?
No, we didn't have Travis Scott. This isn't Fantasy Star Online.
No,
And,
it's Fortnite.
Yep. Ritualistic prayer.
Let me see. Can I pop open your stream without
From
breaking myself?
this one's not the regular dance, but there is a there is one of those. Where's the regular dance? Oh, here it is. Yeah, because this is what the Aura one is. It's like some kind of like native dance that they picked for it. Because they're like a tribalistic, like nomadic race.
Right.
What?
I have done it.
What?
I made my manwich.
Did you just use literally all of the cold cuts on a single loaf of bread?
No, I went to the store. I got some roast beef, pepperoni, pastrami,
And then
a little bit
just
of
put it
turkey.
on an entire loaf of bread.
Yes.
As you do.
You know what, man?
Manwich. Don't you eat my manwich.
I'm not against the fact that I'm 90% sure you will completely demolish that yourself.
I feel bad for his colon.
Don't
Alright.
be. Just
Um,
kill it.
I think I'm seeing this right. Did you, Spice, did you show him, like, the little vendor at the Aetherite that sells him, like, the withered accessories that you can buy immediately?
What?
What?
There's usually a vendor in the major cities that are, like, right next to the main Aetherite thing. And
There's no
you
reason
can...
on a fresh character. There's no reason to do that. But if you had like
No.
you can pick up a lot of level 1 items like right away.
Yeah, and it's just a nice little boost. Again, like you said, you don't have to grab them,
Yeah,
but they're
it's
nice
not
little
important
boost.
right now. You'll get it's all items you'll get doing quests, but since the quest can only be completed once, they exist for this guy over here is important. Johannes. I
Jonathan?
think
Jonathan.
Master of the Rolls.
Yeah, this dude is the whenever you unlock achievements, certain achievements will give you
God, I'm taller than him.
they give you a currency now, and you can spend that currency to unlock items that are unique to him.
Hello, Catboy Twink.
Oh, there are a lot of those. There'll be even more of those next expansion, actually.
Catboys.
No, bunny boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, well that makes more sense because male rabbits are actually smaller than female.
Oh yeah, and they are big twink energy. oh
Small
my God.
rabbit obsessed with gigantic rabbit girlfriend.
I can't believe Yoshi single-handedly killed an entire race.
We're supposed to be getting the female Hrothgar in post game as well.
Hey, Craze,
Up.
do you know Yahi?
Yahi.
Lahi?
Lahi ho?
He's talking about the song of Rectica Greatwood.
Oh, no. I don't know then.
Oh.
I only know Lahi ho.
Stop, I'm trying to talk to this nice lady. Stop jumping behind her.
Okay.
Beck, are you a spoony bard?
My what?
Was you on a bard just now? And now you're swapping everything.
No, that was Samurai actually. I don't play Bard.
So, how quick do I have to be to get that car? To get the Final Fantasy 15 car?
That I think you only have to be done with the initial tutorial stuff.
Okay, good.
That wasn't level locked. You can just do that whenever you
That's
want.
like, you can get 4 players in that thing, right?
Yep, it is a 4-player mount.
But there's a new mount that's like it's like a blimp and it gets like 9 people.
It's a whale and it holds 8 people.
Wow.
And what's even cooler is it's a mech whale.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, if I had disposable income, I would 100% buy it, because it is a cash shop mount. So you have to buy that mount. Which is funny, because it's a whale mount, intended for whales. Let me find out what I haven't actually looked at what it runs to buy it. Let me actually pull up what that costs. I'm curious now. I also saw that they're doing a collaboration between 14 and Fender. Which I'm not gonna lie, I would own a Final Fantasy Stratocaster. 100%. I would learn how to play on a Final Fantasy Stratocaster.
Music is very relaxing.
Oh, the music in this game is fucking amazing. Oh my god.
It's very good music.
It's your boy Soken.
The cancer survivor. Here, optional items. Let me take a look. I want to see what the whale... The whale is currently discounted, which I think I get... No, there's a sale active on a good chunk of stuff. It is normally a $42 mount.
42?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Listen, you can literally whale out on their cash shop for cosmetic bullshit.
You really could.
Like,
Don't ask how much some of us have spent.
It's literally fucking just all cosmetic.
Crazed.
Don't talk about it.
Crazed.
But
I don't wanna
I've
talk
only
about
ever
it.
bought... I only bought... The only thing I ever bought on it was because I rolled a new character when I came back to the game, so I just wanted to play through the story again. And they didn't have, like, New Game Plus at the time, so the only thing I bought was the magic broom from one of the holiday events for Halloween. And that was it. But I mean, like, all their stuff is just cosmetic, and what's cool about it is none of the stuff they put on the cosmetic shop on the store is anything that you can't get in-game, or anything you can get in-game. It's all stuff that just isn't ever accessible in-game, because a lot of it's like, this is this NPC's outfit. Or they're like, weird outfits that like wouldn't make any sense to be in the game, but they still wanted to have in, so they put it on this instead. And then there's like emotes and shit you can buy. Like you can get Bahamut's Mega Flare as an emote. I don't know why you'd want to spend $12 on that, but like the only other thing that's in there that's like a specific like game function thing is the $20 wedding kit.
And the level boost.
Well, the level boost, but like that's only for a very small fraction of people that don't have any interest in the story whatsoever. So like their level boost is like their least sold thing, honestly. Their most sold thing are the mounts.
That
Silly
doesn't
enough.
surprise me, honestly.
But like
Actually, no. Actually, that does surprise me. I feel like the Fantasias would be the most sold thing.
Fantasias, I think, are the like the #1 bestseller is Fantasia. The second best seller is the new Alpha No attire. The third most bestseller is ironically the Tales of Adventure Stormblood, which I'm not really sure why.
That's the story skip through Stormblood because people don't want to go through the entire story just to get the Shadowbringers.
Which, I mean, you're missing out on all the good story. So, I don't know why. But that, to me,
Eh.
if you don't think the first 3 expansions are good story and actively think that Shadowbringers is a good and compelling story, you're fucking insane.
Well, you're talking this to the guy that skips cutscenes, so I actually don't know the story at all.
Well, that's like the biggest mistake to make in this game. This game is phenomenal, the story.
I know, but the reason I did that is because I came in at the very end of Heaven's Swords, like, I don't want to deal with this shit of 100+ hours of cutscenes just to
thing
play
with
the
that is,
game.
there's literally no being behind in this game. There's no world first and no, like, you gotta be at the end game and be there to get there at the start. Like, the content never becomes irrelevant, so you can't ever be behind. There's never a point where the content is just nobody's doing this ever again. People are always doing all the content because there's incentive to go back and do it.
Mostly for glamour, but not for actual gear progression.
There is for gear progression. There
No,
were
there's not.
endgame tokens for doing leveling dungeons. There absolutely is endgame progression reasons to do
Well, in that regard, then yes. But I'm talking like the old Alex Savage raids, for example. There's no reason to do them other than
it.
glamour.
Wondrous Tales gives you endgame progression content.
Assuming that your Wonders content gives you that specifically, and it
always-
never gives you Savage.
No, they're not gonna give you Savage, no, because it's not.
Well, that's
designed
what I mean.
But no one's gonna run fucking Savage unless you have a pre-made to do it. That's content that's not designed with repeatability in mind with it. That's content that's literally made for 1% of the game.
What does it mean when a quest icon is like red?
That means you
And
can't.
turn it in.
You're missing a requirement or prerequisite to either pick it up or turn it in.
Got it.
If it has a key on it, that means you're missing a requirement to pick the quest up. If it's just red without a key, it means whatever you need to complete the quest, you don't have completed yet. Like how your poster behind you says Hanrisen.
Hanrisen?
And just goes nerd.
Wait, what?
John was like nerd.
Nerd?
And then looked.
So I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out of here. I'm not gonna really spoil or say anything. Only thing I will say free is take your time with Realm Reborn. It is a slog to get through, truth be told, even after the change, but it is well worth it.
Alright.
It is well worth it.
Okay.
I already warned him that he's looking at a couple 100 hours of story to play through the whole game.
Yeah, just to get through.
But I mean, like, I feel like anyone playing any Final Fantasy title should expect that.
Some more so than others.
Which means I might stream some parts of my story and not some other parts just because it's like, oh, just want to do like one quest, get on and do that quest. Not really worth a stream.
Like I said, it's not a game where you have to get on every day to play through it. You could spend 18 hours a day playing it, or spend 2 or 3 hours a couple days a week to play it.
Besides, I got
And
all the way
you're
up to
not- you're
Heaven's
not-
Sword in
you're not
level 60,
responsible.
so it's not like I
Yeah, you got
Right.
plenty of time to figure out if you're actually interested in the game.
You've got like 220 hours of free content to play through.
that's fucking crazy, man.
With like no restrictions, so you go have at it. Go have a good time. Enjoy
you're
yourself.
You get to do so much fun. Like, there's one thing I would say that he probably won't ever have a chance to do, even with his free trial, and I don't even know if he really cares to, and that's the turns of Bahamut raids.
No, those are still run. Those are still run very regularly, actually, both for
But it-
cosmetic reasons and because of story.
Is there a normal version of those?
There was only ever a normal version of it. There was never a Savage versions didn't exist until Alexander.
Huh. Okay.
Yep, and with those being again part of Wondrous Tales, they're run all the time.
Alright then.
That's
Because
how-
I know, like, one of the tiers was Savage, that, like, there was only one tier, though, of the turns of Coil, so...
No,
I
that
just
was Bahamut specifically, and that was in Stormblood, and it was a unique fight. It's its own set.
No, Realm Reborn did have a Savage turn, but it was only one set. Because I remember very specifically people telling me horror stories of T9.
It might have been, but it's not tied to the questing for it.
It's not, no.
I think that was a completely separate. I think the hard mode one of that was a completely separate challenge thing.
Yeah, that was like the
I don't
hardcore
even think
raider
it was
savage
on
stuff.
here. I think it dropped the same items. It was just a bragging rights of did you finish it? But that's not even like relevant. No one cares about that even existing. And no one cared about it even existing in the first place. It was bullshit.
It was hard.
Yeah, it was dumb.
It was hard. It was bullshit at the time. Yeah. The
It was-
first
it
set
was-
of Alex
It
Savage was
objectively
bullshit as well.
worse than how poorly tuned Alexander was at the beginning of Stormblood.
Mm-hmm. Stormblood, Heavensward, not
Or
Stormblood.
Heavenwood, yeah. Or
Yeah.
Heaven,
Yeah, the
Either-
first
Heavensward.
tier of Alex.
Alexander were just way overtuned.
Storm
They
Sword.
they were quite aware of it. It's where the meme "Healers Adjust" comes from.
What?
Uh,
That was their response to it because they didn't believe that it was actually that bad.
yeah, like the first tier of Alex was
It was
disgusting.
fun
I think.
fights, but fuck the tuning on it. They just needed it.
I think it took like. It was the longest world's first clear this game has ever seen. I think it took 2 months to clear the first tier of Alex.
ridiculous. You had to play flawlessly to pull it off.
Yeah, and then
Yep.
after that, it dropped down to like less than a week because they fixed a lot of shit.
They redid. They went back and fixed the tuning when they did the second set. It was.
Yeah.
Alexander's a good raid, but its initial launch was really piss
It was
poor.
rough. It was rough. Yeah. Which I'm glad that they did fix it. I wasn't there for it. I came in, like I said, very end of Heavensward, didn't get to experience that shit on content. But at the same time, like looking back at it,
I guarantee you didn't miss anything.
well, the thing is, like, I want to go back to those raids. I really do, because I do Savage raiding now, and the Savage raids and Shadowbringers are just like not hard, really. It's just that people are bad at the game.
They're not hard now. They weren't hard before. I can tell you that because all they were back in Coils and Alexander was don't stand in the wrong spot and you win. Alexander Savage for turn 12 was literally just know the dance. That fight was actually super fucking easy for being an end boss. It was actually harder to fight the one that turned into a jet with the with the quick time event in it.
Grease Chaser.
That was actually, yeah. That one was actually
Turns into- I'm
harder
sorry,
than
I'm sorry.
Alexander Prime.
Turns into a what?
He
There's
does
a,
a good
point
jet.
in a couple of the boss fights in Alexander have quick time events.
Oh,
He goes from being a mech to he jumps into the air and turns into a jet.
oh my
And if
god.
you miss the quick time event, he just bombards the entire platform and you die instantly.
Ooh. Rough.
Yeah, that's kind of like why I started dipping my toes into Alex Ultimate, because that was actually hard.
Alex Ultimate is like, why the fuck did they even make this? Who did they make this for? Like, who really wanted this shit?
I was fine for it. I was all for it. I wanted to do it. I went into it. I had fun with it.
Made for a very small niche group of people in this game. 99% of the game will never look at that content.
For real, but I mean,
Should
better
I?
to have it than not need it than need it and not have it.
Should I look into it?
Ultimate?
That's for like the people who want to be like maximum over sweat with the game. Like you're so sweaty, you're the sweatiest of sweat. You're so sweaty that the EPA looks at your house and quarantines it. That's how sweaty you have to get to do that kind of content.
Sweaty?
So if you want to get that deep into the game, even I don't get that deep into MMOs, and I go pretty fucking hard. But there's a line even I'll go like that's just not worth my time.
Yeah, like it's a very. You have to be like very actively like I want to raid and do nothing but raid in this game kind of person.
Kind of thing. And to be honest, in a lot of the cases, the biggest thing that didn't make a draw for me is I just never felt like the rewards from it were worth it. It's like, yeah, I got this cool cosmetic item, but whatever.
My
Yeah.
friend says too. It's like it's just a cosmetic item that you're not gonna really use, and it's just like
The Ultima weapons could have been 1,000 times better than they were. And I think that was mostly because Ultima was just kind of added in as like, this was just meant to be a fan-fest fun thing to do that we had at the convention hall. And then everyone liked it, so we put it in the game. And then nobody did it because the reward was stupid. Like, the only people who did it were the ones who actually wanted to do it that weren't at FanFest and wanted to clear it for the sake of saying they did it. But that reward was fucking dumb. Like, none of that
I mean, truth be told, you could say that the same thing about the extreme trials or the savage stuff. You don't have to do them. They're here for the small percentage of people that actually do want to do them, though.
there for the people that want the challenge of it. And that's really
Yeah.
They're not even things you need to pay attention to if you're not among those people.
Yeah, if you don't plan on raiding ever, you can completely ignore them, and you can still get to your
You could
maximum.
literally plan on raiding and never touch them. Like they're literally just there for a challenge. They're not relevant to progressing your character.
Main progression-wise, no. But if you're wanting to get like the absolute max out of your character, then you will have to raid. Yeah.
I'm talking like doing like the fucking Savage Extreme Primal rotations and these super.
Oh no. Yeah,
things.
no,
Those are
you don't
really
have to.
there if you want the challenge. Those aren't part of character progression.
No.
If you want to go like thick dick character progression, you're gonna want to raid, ultimates and Savage, but that's for a very small select group of people.
It's a very small thing, yeah.
You get the same satisfaction of doing literally normal raids and normal extremes and have no problem.
Yeah, you
And
can.
that's more than enough for most people. Like the amount of challenge to reward ratio on the higher content than that is literally just for people who want to punch themselves in the dick, but they want the game to do it instead.
For the most part, yeah. It's like a lot of the I think Destiny still does it this way. It's like the raids in Destiny where like you don't have to do them, and you can still hit your maximum item power level, whatever it's called in Destiny now. Light level.
Much, it's more like doing the solo lost sectors on like master mode. That's like you just hate yourself and you're nuts, and that's why you do this. The raids are honestly super easy now. They don't make the raids like ridiculously dick punching hard.
Yeah.
Like they're actually just they're really just big strikes. Honestly, they're just they're two 3-man fire teams doing a bigger strike. Is really all the raids are. The raids aren't hard content. It's hard because you need to have 5 other friends playing the game to do them.
Right. But
That's
like,
one of those, if you have 5 other friends who actually like playing MMOs and grinding out gear and stuff.
yeah, it's the same thing though. Like you can still hit like your max power level for that patch. It's just gonna take a bunch of weeks versus if you raid, you might be able to get it within the first month because you have a bunch of extra options to get gear. But like Spiff said, you don't ever have to touch it if you really don't want to.
And if the item you need actually dropped, there is RNG involved in that.
In the older ones, yeah, and the new ones.
No, I've had to run raids a couple times a week to get the item I actually need to drop. I've run the fucking raids and then the regular Eden raids, and then I've run the gear raid, and then I'm looking at it like, man, I guess we get to run it again. Why? Because no casting gear dropped, so I had nothing to roll on.
Oh well, in that case, then yeah, that's a pain in the ass. But like with the Savage stuff, they just drop coffers now. Like, hey, here's a ring. Whoever gets it gets a ring,
Right.
regardless of what class you're on.
That was nice about when they started that with Alexander, is that you just collect the parts and then you turn the parts in to get the gear. That was a nice way to do it.
Yeah. That's a nice thing. Mind you, I'm saying like a lot of like Savage stuff. I don't know if you've touched Savage at all, really.
I have, and really, I have as much interest in doing Savage as I do in doing Mythic and World of Warcraft. It's like, I could do this, but I really don't want to spend that much time on one game again. I did that back in Wrath, and that was the last time I did it with Heroic, and was like, I've done this. I've rated progression 7 hours a night, 4 nights a week.
Fair enough, fair enough. 7 hours, Jesus.
It was fun then. Like, we were literally like top 20 in the world. I was number 3 hunter on the Alliance on the US servers. Like, I was really fucking good at the game. But I had time to put into it. I work a job now. I have other games I want to play. I have other shit I want to do. I have like a dog to take care of. I have a lawn to cut. Like, I don't got time to do that anymore. Like,
I just want to grow, for God's sake.
I just want to play the game now. Like, it's one of those things of like, I did it. I slapped my dick on the table. I've shown that off. I don't need to do it anymore to prove to people that I'm good at it. Like, I've done that. I don't need to do it again to prove anything because I've already done that. You know? Like, that was really the only reason I ever did it, was to get the bragging rights. I don't need them a second time. I already have them. You know? Because it wasn't fun to get it. I actively didn't enjoy the game doing that. In fact, having to play that much and put that much work in it made me hate the game.
That is something that with 14 I do like that about that over, I'm considering, I guess WoW is like, it doesn't take a lot of effort to get good at the game. There's plenty of resources. It's just like half the fucking player base doesn't do it.
Right.
Not even half, like more than half.
The game's not designed that you need to min-max to play the game well.
No, absolutely not. It really just becomes...
Average and clear all of the content.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
It just
can
becomes an
only have
issue when you start wanting to do Savage Rage and you get people that are just like half-assing their shit and you have to carry like an extra
Right,
5k DPS because they're not wanting to do
Just
shit.
walking into a mythic raid and thinking you can just half-ass your way through it. Like, that content's not
No,
designed
absolutely
for that.
fucking not.
It's just people not understanding that that's not the content they should be touching.
No,
That-
I'm a
It comes down to that's not so much the game's fault in either regard for WoW or 14 as it is the player
just
base
choosing to be lazy.
can do something that they're clearly not capable of doing.
Right. I'm assuming Mythic raids are now like the absolute pinnacle raid
All
stuff
we really
now on
did
World.
is added flex rating in Mists. They switched over to Mythic with Hellfire Citadel and Warlords, and what they decided in their almighty wisdom to do is they essentially made what was heroic Mythic, what was normal heroic, what was flex is now normal, and then LFR stayed what it was. They just changed flex to be normal mode, changed the name of normal mode to heroic, so really heroic is just old normal, and then Mythic is just old heroic. I still to this day don't understand why they did the name change. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Mythic's not any harder than Heroic was back in the day. The mechanics are set up in the same way, they're the same punishing setup. The same extra new things happen because it's a different difficulty. Because the changes in mechanics between normal and Heroic is just more damage. Things just hit a little bit harder in Heroic. There's no Heroic specific mechanic.
They did not add new stuff in Heroic for WoW.
Normal and Heroic are literally the same mechanics, but
Yikes.
Heroic has more health and more damage.
Yikes.
So that's why it was like, why did you not just leave it flex normal heroic? They made it mythic so that it sounded a little bit better for the hardcore players, so that it would somehow entice people into doing harder content. But I guess that's what happens when you make the guild master of elitist jerks your lead game designer.
I can definitely say a couple of the Savage Rages on 14 follow that same thing. Like some of the normal raids and Savages are like very few and far different.
This is the same fight, but things just move a little faster.
A little bit faster, untelegraphed. You might have one new thing.
Yeah,
Maybe.
A lot of the extreme primal fights are even the same way. It's like, it's literally the same fight. They just hit a lot fucking harder. Maybe this one AoE is slightly bigger. Some of them have new mechanics, but there's other ones that are just like, Moo. Ramu is just Ramu. He does Ramu things. And then there's King Mogglemog that's just like, this fight exists, and oh my god, why does this fight fucking exist? But then again, it's a 1.0 fight, so...
It's like, hey, here's King Moogle. What does he do in normal? Nothing. Kick his ass. Okay, what does he do in extreme? You have to kill his shit in a specific order, otherwise clap.
Yep, you either do it in a very specific order, or you fail. But then, like I said, it's a 1.0 fight. So take it as it is, because I don't know why they carried that one over. It's the same thing as like, why the fuck did they keep Totorak? They kept Totorak for whatever goddamn reason. Nobody likes it. Nobody ever liked it.
No, you're thinking Armvale.
I get, yeah, Armvale, Zamail Keep, and Totorak, I believe, are the three carryovers, which I want to say the reasoning behind it was because they didn't want to just completely throw out all of 1.0. They wanted to have something there to kind of like don't forget about the people who did really try with what they had for the first version of the game. It may not have been great, but they really did try something with it, and it was something new for them. So I think it was cool that they kept that with that reason behind it, that it was more of like a, we don't want to just throw out all the old dev stuff and completely start over. Because Yoshi P didn't just toss the whole game and rebuild it. He rebuilt it on the original engine.
I can explain a lot of the issues then.
That's why it had a lot of early issues, was because they didn't have time for what he was given to just completely start over. So he had to build it with what was there, so he dropped it down to framework and built it back up from what they had on the engine. Which I think is impeccable that he was even able to do it and maintain it, because the engine has evolved over time since then. They never replaced it, they just maintained it, essentially. Which is why it came down to there were a lot of things they couldn't do with Heavensward that they wanted to, they couldn't do till Stormblood, because they just didn't have engine functionality for it. Freelance is over here just learning the game.
Killing
like,
ladybirds.
He's just like over here listening to us rant on the game while he's just over there just poking things with a stick.
I'm having fun with my stick.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce out. I will catch you later. Have fun,
Okay.
free. Like I said, don't let the slowness
I'm not gonna
plug
rush.
you out on it.
I'm not gonna rush.
Yeah,
myself,
take,
so.
take your time. Don't let it be so slow that like, oh god, I don't want to do this no more.
She
I'll
feels
catch
like
you
there's
later.
something like I could do a quest a day if I wanted to. Alright, see.
I wouldn't say leave it at one a day, because then you like just never get through anything really.
Forever.
Yeah, the game's long. It is long. Very long.
It's an RPG. Like, look at it like a single player RPG and expect to spend a lot of time playing it.
Alrighty. I'll catch you guys later.
Alright.
You've learned about combos.
Okay,
It's a melee class specific thing, by the way.
And I'm a melee class, so.
Yep.
So basically,
Well,
what? If I do multiple skills in a
it's
row.
a melee thing specific, but I believe you also get them as both bard and machinist.
So if I do like Vorpal Thrust after a True Thrust, do the Vorpal Thrust to do more damage?
You would essentially always want to hit your true thrust, and then Vorpal Thrust is going to light up, it's signifying that you have a combo active, and then you want to hit Vorpal Thrust afterwards.
That's
So if you start
cool.
hitting if you start fighting one of the squirrels, it'll show you. And it'll tell you in the tooltip on the spell what its combo action is and what benefits.
Ah, there it
do.
is.
You see how you have like it'll do a new thing for it. I think they still have it, but check the tooltip on it. There are positional things that change too based on where you're standing on the
I'll have to
map.
look back. Where's the tutorial? Would that be logs?
You can actually just go if you go into your actions and traits under character. You can see it on there too. Go back to the pause, go to actions and traits, and go to actions, and then hover over Vorpal Thrust. So you can click it. You can click on that. Then click on that. Or you can use the mouse. The mouse will work too. And see how it'll say the little things in green there, and there's extra. That means extra things will change. Oh, you're grabbing it. You just want to hover over it.
Alright.
So see how it says I think it's a combo.
Combo, action, combo. So it works with
So
True Thrust.
normally, if you just hit Vorpal Thrust, it'll do a damage potency of 100. But if you hit it after hitting a True Thrust, it has a damage potency of 310.
That's a big number.
That's a big difference, but that's the intended way to play it.
Right.
And then if you look, I don't know if they still have positionals on anything, but it should say if you scroll over some of the other abilities you don't have yet, you might see a positional bonus. Oh, see, like if you go over Chaos Thrust again.
When
So
the
it
target's
likes her to-
rear.
Yeah, see how rear combo potency? So regularly your combo potency is 290, but if you're behind your target, you'll do 330 potency instead.
Wow.
So there's kind of like Dragoon's one of those classes like Samurai has it, but it's not relevant for Samurai because it really does fucking nothing for the class, honestly. But Dragoon and Lancer have it set up where you constantly want to be switching if you're on the flank or behind the target. 'Cause
So I'll
you're
be
gonna
moving
get
around.
more damage. You're constantly moving around.
Okay. That's okay.
And
Listen-
then you'll get the trademark Dragoon jumps and shit, of course, because that's like that's how the class works. You'll get its unique thing.
Quest up here. Parlement.
I believe all of the Elysian have French-inspired names.
It's not raining. Why do you have an umbrella?
It's a sunbrella, actually.
Goth.
Actually, yes. That is usually my aesthetic.
Goth GF. Please give me Samurai Goth GF. Yes.
Let's see if I can. I wonder if I can change the color of the umbrella. Hang on, let me go into the fashion accessories.
Clean the dusty malmstones. Okay.
I guess not. It's not. You can't change the color on it. It's the only one I've ever found that looks like that.
Must clean malmstone.
I'm stream sniping the shit out of you, trying to figure out where the hell you're going.
You know, I'm streaming it also through Discord if you want a more one-to-one.
takes out all the fun and excitement of trying to do this without having to see it.
Bodwine.
I like how it gives me the Wanderer title when I'm not in my own homeworld. Oh, so you played Nier Automata, right?
Yeah.
This is a question completely not relevant to what's going on right now, but I'm just curious because something happened in the Nier raid last night. But does 9S run like a fucking goober in Nier Automata as well?
No, he doesn't run like a goober. He runs pretty normally.
Oh, he runs like a fucking goober in this raid. Oh
How
my
does it
God.
run?
Like Napoleon fucking Dynamite.
No, he doesn't run like that.
They have his run animation for whatever fucking reason in this raid. Me and Fidelis heard it last night, and I was like, I just happened to notice this. Why the fuck does he run like a goddamn goober? He looks like Napoleon fucking Dynamite. And Fidelis looks at it and goes, oh my God, I've never noticed that. What the fuck?
Yeah, he doesn't usually run like that. He you play as him in Nier Automata, and he runs.
I wonder if it's just like something that they did just for silly fun nonsense and like a little Easter egg thing to it.
Yeah, probably.
Yogotaro seems like that kind of person, and he was directly involved with every aspect of that quest and raid design.
Yeah, I know that part.
He had a lot of fun doing it even.
You wanted to shut down the servers after you beat the raid?
What's cool about it though is they're not doing like a crossover style raid like that for the next expansion. Then the Endwalker raid is going to be like 100% in-house designed, which I think is gonna be neat to see what they can do with it.
Has it not been in-house design before?
It hasn't been true to like them just doing stuff with what they're doing. It's always been based on something else. So like the Coils of Bahamut were largely inspired by Final Fantasy XI, I found out. Alexander's raid was largely inspired by all of the Alexander events through all the Final Fantasy games. It was the same concepts.
Right.
And then Stormblood had the Omega raid, which all of those fights were that one's 24-man raids were all based on another Final Fantasy game that I don't remember which one it is, but essentially draws a lot of references and a lot of pull from one of the other Final Fantasy games. The Omega raids were all, or the Void Arc series was all based on another Final Fantasy franchise set. The Omega fights were literally bosses from all the other Final Fantasy worlds. Like you fought the locomotive from the Ghost Train in
Have
Final
you fought
Fantasy.
I fought the Hell House yet?
Yeah, I don't know. Kefka's one of the fights in there. The boss of the first Final Fantasy was one of the guys. X-Death was one of the bosses in there. So like, and then Shadowbringers has a lot of references to a lot of other Final Fantasy portions, and they have the Yokotaro raid in it. The Eden raid is literally all of the primals in stronger, more combination versions. So like they haven't really done this is a purely 100% brand new original idea kind of thing. So it's really cool that they're gonna plan on doing that.
Huh.
Like they're all been good, don't get me wrong, but they've never done like this is all fresh, brand new ideas.
And it's the same writer from Shadowbringers, I'm pretty sure, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure who's doing the writing for the story or what team is working.
This is
on
like
it,
a
or if
woman
it's
who's like just a really good writer who works for this game.
To be honest, all of the stories are all really, really good. There's never been really like droughts or down points of it. There's been points that get me like heated, like I don't like that this is happening, but it's because I don't like what's happening to the characters I'm really attached to. Like I don't want this to happen. This is
Right.
what this should happen. But it's like the only parts that get a little awkward are when they do a lot of. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Evil, and there's like a big thing that happens in a cutscene that you're aware of as a player, but the game isn't aware of. And there's a few points where those kind of felt like it kind of gave away the whole plot. So now there's not really any suspense or surprise. You know?
Yeah.
And it happens more in Shadowbringers than any of the other expansions. But it was kind of what killed parts of the story for me, because it felt like a lot of the story was given away a little too early than it really should have. And I think it was because they wanted to tell too much of the story all at once. It got better as the expansion went on, and this main story got through in the initial launch. But it did kind of ruin points of it for me. But that's the only time it's ever happened. What are you doing, buddy? No.
Opopopo.
The Opopopos?
I must bloody them a bit.
Called Opos.
Opopopo.
They're like little, like... I think that's what I like the most about a lot of the other details. Like, all the food and fish in this game, there are very few, like, items that are made up and not real. Like, there are points where I'm trying to find a fish in this game because it doesn't even have, like, a very big, like, wowhead or anything like that for information database. I'll type in a fish name on Google, and if I don't type in Final Fantasy XIV after it, it will just pull up the Wikipedia page for the real fish. Yeah, I know. I had to herd him back into the house earlier because he was being a general public nuisance. Also pay a lot of attention to the names of quests. The writing team for quest names does a phenomenal job.
Just what, like funnier or?
Oh, they're fucking hilarious. There's a lot of them that have really, really, really funny quest text and really, really funny quest names. Like, I have a quest right now for progressing one of the endgame fishing poles, and the quest is literally called Work It Harder, Make It Better.
Huh.
But, like, there's little, like, nuanced, like, pop culture jokes and references that they make a lot of on a lot of achievements and quest names and stuff, and it's very funny. And it does have a lot of really funny, like, self-aware quests, both in the main story and in the side quests. It's worth reading all the quest text. Like, there's a lot of care put into it to make it very, very worth reading it all. It's not like WoW where it's like, go collect 10 bear asses. Don't read any of my quest text. Just go complete the objective.
I need those bear asses. Where are the bear asses?
Like, in this, it's like, I need you to go collect these bear asses, but it's because my dying wife's brother's sister's aunts needs it for her medicine to make bear ass stew so that she can consume it and revive her dying ass. Like, and there's like, and that's literally what I'm talking about. It's like, that's actually like quest text in a sense. You really gotta read what's going on, because it's worth reading all of it.
You brought back my ass.
There's little things you'll miss because they're not talked about in cutscenes. Like people just talking like this. There's little funny things in there, and you'll learn some really good, like some really cool world building aspects to it too.
Yeah.
Like they do a lot of good world building in this game. Brunhilde. I don't know what her title was. All I saw was Brunhilde. Just standing there at the ready to kick the shit out of Bodwine over here. Apparently, I don't know what this stable hand did to her, but dishonored her family, I guess. The RP'er standing there.
The RP'er. Brunhilde Wolf, the redeemed, ready to fight.
Just ready to kick the fuck out of that guy. Like, what is going on here? What did Bodwine do?
What's going on?
About to be a fight. Dun, 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 dun,
I don't want to
dun,
be a
dun,
part of
dun,
this.
dun, dun, dun.
Does the rain affect anything?
Rain is important for fishing.
Ah.
But otherwise, weather conditions are important for gatherers.
Okay.
There are certain nodes and there's certain nodes for botanists and miners that'll be active during specific weather conditions. And like for fishermen, there's certain fish you'll only catch when there's a particular weather condition active in the area.
Right.
So like the fish I've been fishing about called the Namataro, I can only catch it in that one particular area of the South Shroud that I've been fishing in, only during a thunderstorm. You won't catch that fish any other time. It's not active. So I only have a chance to catch it with a particular type of bait during that particular weather condition. There's other ones that are a particular type of bait during a particular time of day during a particular weather condition.
Jeez. So you got to be like
And then
on
it's
it.
more in depth where you can do what's called mooching in fishing, where you catch a fish and then you immediately recast your line with the fish still attached and use that fish as bait to catch an even larger fish.
What the fuck?
And then there's something called double mooching, where you mooch one fish and then do it again, and then that is what triggers you to be able to catch the next type of fish. And there's no guarantees that that'll trigger the catch because it's a chance-based system.
It's wow.
Yeah, so fishing can get very involved. That's why I like it so much though, because it's got a lot of cool aspects to it. But that's what I meant by you could literally play crafting and gathering, and that has its own end game to it. You don't have to do combat stuff as your quote-unquote end game in the game. You can literally just do combat to do the story, and then spend all the rest of your time crafting or gathering, and more than enough stuff to do in the game. Now you have a dot. You can do damage over time.
Ah. Does it give me any like health, or is that different?
You have to read it. I have no idea. I just happened to glance when you passed over in the ability book that does damage over time effects. Always read, every time you get a new ability, always read what the ability does.
Okay.
Same thing with traits. You'll unlock traits, which are passive abilities. Always read what those do, because those will fundamentally change how your abilities interact with each other.
Ensures critical damage for first weapon kills used while life surge is active.
So what that'll do, so it's actually a cooldown. So what you'll do is you'll use that button, and you have 5 seconds to use another ability. Whatever ability you use immediately after pressing life surge will be a guaranteed critical hit.
Absorbs
So
a
if you
portion of
do-
damage dealt as health.
Yep, so what you would do is do True Thrust, hit Life Surge, and then do Vorpal Thrust, and your Vorpal Thrust will automatically crit and have a combo bonus benefit, and it'll heal you for part of the damage you've dealt. And that'll work for any ability classified as a weapon skill, which you'll see in the tooltip for them. It'll tell you what that is.
Alright.
So like later on, you'll get a stronger attack than Vorpal Strike, and maybe you'll want to use the Life Stab on that instead, because it'll do more damage on the crit, and you'll get more health back for it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how all the abilities kind of like start to interact, and that's where it starts to go. As you get further in, you get more abilities. Like, ooh, there's different ways to make all this new shit together. The game kind of tells you how it all works, but there's a level of kind of figuring it out on your own. And then death in this game isn't. It's similar to more like Monster Hunter, where if you die, if someone doesn't come by to res you, which you'd have to have another player with you, or if someone roaming around who can catch a resurrection to res you out. When you die, you'll port back to wherever your return spell is set to. So any major Aetheryte you can attune your return spell to.
Right.
That's where it'll send you. So like, if you know you're gonna be questing in an area and it has a major Aetheryte, set your return to that Aetheryte. So if you die there, it doesn't go like you're on one part of the world and it sends you all the way back to your main city, and you gotta travel all the way back to wherever you were. I have made that mistake multiple times. It's not like World of Warcraft where if you die, you just run back from a graveyard nearby. It's, you die, and if you didn't set that, you might be looking at like a 15-minute run back.
Jeez.
Because the area you start as an Arcanist is called Limsa Lominsa, and it's on an island. It's an island nation, separate from the main continent. And I was questing where you're at. So I had to go all the way back through that, all the way through Gridania, and all the way back out to here. To get back to what I was doing. It's what's lovingly referred to as the Walk of Shame. Because you did it to yourself.
bit hectic, but I got through it by running.
I was gonna say you survived that. I'm surprised because that would have killed lesser men.
I am no
At
lesser
early
man.
level, there's a lot of situations. This game's very, very unkind to going big dick and trying to pull like everything.
Yeah.
Like, even for most tanks out in the world, unless you're like really fucking geared and really max level, you will probably get your dick cut off trying to fucking pull the whole world and just AoE down everything. The game's not designed with that in mind.
Right.
So if you like overpull, there's a good chance like you pull 5 or 6 mobs, you might want to just run away and try to get them to drop aggro because they will probably kill you. It's kind of like what people talk about when they say that when they talk about how like leveling in classic WoW is hard, was because that's how the game was. Like things just did enough damage because the game was designed with the idea of you playing multiplayer. You'd have like a group of 2 or 3 people playing at a time. So you would only pull one mob at a time and 1v1 stuff. And the game was really kind of set up like D&D where like if you found yourself fighting 3 or 4 monsters, you're probably in for a bad time. You're getting stuff. Look at you go.
Yeah. Got a good amount of stuff.
Opo's stealing shit.
What the fuck?
And they smell like poop.
Ah.
And they taste bad.
Oh no.
You find out that they're taking the nuts because even though they smell bad and they don't like them, food is scarce. So the Opos are like, well shit, we need something to eat. Well, I fucking hate these things, but when there's nothing else to eat, the options go hungry or eat that. You're gonna eat that.
Need to slay forest funguars.
The fungus among us. Oh, another thing to pay attention to, I don't think you have it unlocked, but pay attention when you unlock something called the hunting log.
Hunting log? Is that this? Not available at this time.
Yeah, I don't remember when you get it unlocked, but once you get that opened up, you're gonna want to make sure you'll get new ones unlocked every 10 levels up to level 50. And they're really nice for a small boost to the XP, and they're literally just go out, and it'll give you a list of a bunch of monsters from level like 1 to 10, level 11 to 20, level 21 to 30, and there'll be different levels, and it'll tell you what areas to find them in, and they'll have markers over their head, kind of like how those show that they're part of a quest, by having a little like looking thing on them.
Yeah.
And they'll have a different symbol over them, and then you'll know, oh, that's the monster I gotta kill for my hunting log. And then when you clear all of it, you'll get a special ring for your class, like whatever your base class is. So they only exist for the base classes. They don't exist for the job classes that show up later on. But it's just like a cool little transmog ring, and they're really nice for a big boost experience. Back in the day, you used to have to do the hunting log because you just didn't get enough EXP otherwise. Nowadays, it's just gonna be nice because it'll put you just a little bit ahead of where you're at, and it'll just make leveling a little easier for like newer players. For a small amount of time put into it, you get a little bit extra out of it, and that way it's just that way instead of trying to fight level 5 at level 5, you're fighting level 5 at like level 8, and it kind of feels a bit more like Pokemon, where you kind of go run through a lot of them before you pump shit. It's just my recommendation.
Yeah.
It just kind of, it makes the leveling experience a little bit more enjoyable because you're not getting just trucked over by random everyday mobs. You're not going outside with people next door. You are a nuisance. You're having a party. You're not going to bark at them. That's not how it works.
I remember this little place.
Oh, I AFK'd because I've just been watching you and talking about the game.
No more
Trying to be
stream
very careful
sniping.
to not give you like any spoilers and more of just here's how this game mechanic works, so you're not confused. Because there's stuff that the game does explain very well, and then there's other stuff the game doesn't explain very well, and that's just games in general struggle with tutorials. I feel for whatever reason they just don't do a great job with it.
I'm just gonna have so much money to start off actually going out there and doing like the main scenario quests.
Oh yeah, you make quite a bit of gil from just running through the game. Like just doing the questing going through, you'll make a good chunk of change to just have just to start off with. It's not gonna give you like, you know, a bajillion gold.
Is that what the raids are for?
No, where you really make a lot of gold is like stuff you sell on the market boards and such. Looks so weird on my camera because I fucking cleaned up the beard and brought it in like a lot closer and got all like the fucking scrub look off. I'm debating on going with the Majima look since I can pull my hair back finally. Become Goro Majima before he went crazy, because apparently he goes crazy in later games and I'm not really sure why yet.
You'll find out in Zero.
Is it in Zero that happens?
It's
or?
directly in Zero.
Oh. Shit, then the part I'm at with it, I'm kind of... I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for what could potentially cause that move forward in the storyline with. Look what they've done to my boy.
My boy.
My boy. Look what they've done to my boy. Honestly, I think it's biased because I like him with the longer hair with the ponytail, and then like seeing stuff where his hair's shorter, it's like, no, what have they done? Why did you do this?
Why?
My boy. Look what they've massacred my boy. Like, Kiryu was awesome, and then I got introduced to Majima, I was like, dude, this guy's a fucking badass. I love this guy.
Gotta go kill some midge swarms.
Dude, have you ever seen midge flies in real life?
No?
They are awful. They make locusts look friendly. Like, they live in, like, Amazon areas, I think. Like, super tropical, like, rainforesty spots. So you can figure they're probably jackass, like, monster bugs because they live in, like, not great places to want to just go explore.
High quality items.
Ooh.
Where'd I get that high quality item?
High quality.
Oh,
You buy
beastkin
cat?
blood.
You buy cat, fresh dead cat, cat good quality. Did I ever show you Pepitos?
No?
Oh my god, I gotta find Pepitos together to show you that. There was a guy I raided with, way back in the day. And there was a change they made to World of Warcraft Frost Mages in the Sunwell patch of Burning Crusade. And he didn't like that change. He made this entire ridiculous, elaborate YouTube video all about how he didn't want that change. And it turned out, I didn't realize that it was the guy who made a series of videos I really liked growing up about D&D called The Unforgotten Realms. And I didn't realize I raided with the guy that made it. Let's see if I can find the video. I'll put it on stream up. Ah, here it is. Yep. By Rurikar. It's like an 8-minute video. It's a 13-year-old video to put that in perspective. It's ancient, and it's my favorite fucking thing. Shouldn't necromancers be buff? Why would they be? They do so much deadlifting. God damn, that's really good. Yeah, there's Pepitos.
Yeah, just stay on lock on game. Why are you switching? Why am I suddenly switching to the person over there?
What?
It just keeps switching. The lock on.
And you're not pressing a button?
No.
The only way that switches if you're on controller is by cycling left and right on the D-pad.
Yeah, I haven't been I have to keep cycling back to the mid-storm.
You have D-pad drift?
I don't think so.
God.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
I know I have heard of a couple people who have had some controller drift with the PlayStation controllers. Not often, but I have heard people have had
I think that's only with the analogs, because the analogs are kind of cheap.
Yeah, the analog sticks is where they've had issues with it. I'm just like, wow. What the fuck, console makers? Like, why are the people who are doing the factory work on this cutting so many fucking corners?
If this controller breaks, I can go get the better looking one, which is the black one.
I really like the white one. I got the white one because all my other shit is all white colored, obviously.
Oh yeah,
so
you're liking
like
the
Runner and all
DualSense?
that. I really like it. I really like that Destiny 2 through Steam has the ability to function with it because it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a great controller.
It's the only game I have where I get to experience it on PC, but it's really fucking neat that they have that.
Have you played Horizon yet?
Have I done what?
Horizon. Have you played it? Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, no, I haven't. I don't even think I own it yet.
Oh, I thought you said you owned it.
I might have it.
You got it when it was on sale.
Did I? Dude, I don't even remember. Sometimes I pick games up when they're on sale just to grab them on a whim, and I forget that I bought them. And I won't realize I have them until I go to my library, like, how come this game is in my wish list? Oh, I own it already. Duh.
The funny thing about sales is like, okay, am I going to be playing this game anytime soon? Probably not. I'll wait for the next sale.
For me, it's if I have the money and it's on a good sale, I'll grab it on sale because I know I'll eventually play it. It's just I know I'm gonna get roped into one of my live service games that I love the grind of, and I love that I always have a grind to do.
Yeah.
So it's one of those like I know what I'm getting here, and I know like if I just want to veg out and play a game that I enjoy, I don't have to worry about it.
I don't
And
have
that's
too
why I
many
love
of
games
those.
like Power 14 and Destinies because I can do that with those games. I can just fucking just go and just. I can get on and know exactly what I'm getting out of it. It's not like I'm gonna go try something I haven't played before and I might enjoy this, or it might be like playing Crash 2 and 3.
Yeah, I don't have too many games like I don't have too many live service games to play. I don't consider Monster Hunter to be one, even though it's a game I come back to a lot.
Really isn't, honestly, it's more of a live update game than a live service game. A live service game implies you're paying a subscription to play the game.
Oh, then yeah, I don't have. Then this would probably be the only one I ever do that for.
Yeah, that implies it's a game that you're playing where the updates are regularly put in, and it has a subscription-based payment method. Is what a live service game means.
I thought that would also mean like the Division 2. It's like, yeah, I played that for a bit.
No, a live update game and a live service game are both the same but different enough to be two different things. They're the same thing, but also not the same thing.
Do I want a bronze
Oh, no,
piece,
I do have
either,
Horizon
or
Zero
a
Dawn.
hard leather
That
pot
doesn't
helm?
mean I won't play at some point.
I'll take the helmet.
You can, if you use square, if you hit the square button on that, you can compare it to what you're wearing. But I don't think you have anything you're wearing right now.
I have nothing on, so it is directly better.
Yeah. You also can't equip it yet because you need to level 8 to wear that item. You're only level 7.5.
I'm close.
I'm almost 7 years old yet.
I don't think I did this many quests when I played it on PS4.
If you were only following like the story missions, you won't do as many. But like I said, you always want to do like all the like I said, I recommend doing all the side quests because there's a lot of fun stuff you'll just miss and a lot of world building you miss by not doing that. And like I said, there's no such thing as filler in this game. There's just more shit to do. Bro, Mike Morgan. This game has very, very like on par.
Destiny 2 names.
Oh yeah, that Destiny 2 on Steam was the greatest thing they ever did for that game. Oh my god. Sometimes that game, like the best part about it is just getting on the game, doing like some quick checks of like what vendors have for their daily availabilities in the tower, and then just people watching is one of the coolest things you can do in that game. I love that that's a thing you can do in that game is just people watch, just to see the dumb names like Anna Bray's anal beads. Palace's opulent chili.
Lord Shax's taint smell.
Lord Shax's left pauldron. No, it was Lord Shax's left pectoral. Specifically his left pectoral. I kicked my stream up and scare everybody because now I don't have a beard anymore.
Oh
I
no.
brought down the like 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, I should probably shave as well. I need to get a better shaver.
I don't have one that lets me do like a lot with it, so I just kind of like brought it in. I just can't afford any razor at the moment. Is why I haven't changed it out. Time to game. I was more like just getting sick of the fucking just getting sick of the fucking sideburns getting caught on everything is why I want to just get rid of it.
You
It's
got
a
some
section
wild
of
ass
beard that-
sideburns.
Dude, I get some wild ass sideburns, dude.
Fucking X-Men Wolverine.
No, like fucking beast.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, they get fucking like big mutton chop energy, dude.
Okay, leather
Okay,
leggings or leather
Like,
boots.
if I was bulky, I would look like Beast with the full beard grow out.
As a lancer, should I care more about regular defense or magic defense?
What are you talking about? What are you looking at, rather?
These boots.
Oh, for that? No, what you're looking at is the stats on them. So see how the one pair of boots gives intellect and dexterity, or no, intellect and mind, they give strength and dexterity.
The strength and
Your
dexterity.
your main stats as a lancer are strength and dexterity.
Okay.
So if you take the leather leggings, because those are the ones you want to put on, open your character menu. Not the armory chest, the actual character window. So back out of that. You can't put those on anywhere. You're not level 8 yet. So hit character, and then scroll over. See the ones that are in green.
Yeah.
When they're the green ones, I believe, are the ones that are beneficial to you.
And then the blue one.
So if you that's the lines next to the armor is the durability on it. Blue means it has taken no durability damage at all. Green means it has taken durability damage. And then as it gets closer, you'll see red start to show up in that bar. And when it fills up completely to red, the armor piece breaks, and it no longer gives you a benefit until you talk to a repair vendor.
All right.
But if you scroll with the D-pad, you scroll left, you'll go over into where you'll start panning over all the different attributes, and I'll tell you what they do.
All
So
right.
hit left on the D-pad again.
Oh, these.
Yep, and see how it tells you the tooltip of what each thing does.
Jesus Christ.
So all that, there's a lot there. What that does is strength just affects physical damage dealt
Okay.
for all the classes that aren't the ones listed on dexterity for
Okay.
melee class. So it's the easier way to look at it is if you scroll over dexterity. So see how it says affects physical range damage and damage dealt by rogue's arms?
Yeah.
That means dexterity is main stat for machinist, bard, and rogue. If you're not one of those 3 classes, your main damage stat is strength. And then if you're a black mage, a summoner, or a red mage, your main stat is intellect. And if you're a healer, your main stat is mind.
Ah.
Vitality is the only nuanced part of that, because if you scroll over vitality,
Just HP.
it's HP, but that has a different effect for tanks.
Okay.
Or no, I think it's tenacity is the stat where it says roll. Tenacity and piety are the tank and healer respectively specific stats.
Wow.
And what your only stats you're worried about as a lancer are going to be offensive properties and physical properties. Your abilities don't benefit from mental properties, and defense properties are just going to be passive. You don't have to worry about defense at all.
Just worry about getting strength.
Any gear that has strength on it that you can equip is the gear you want to take.
Okay.
If it doesn't have strength on it, that gear is not designed for you.
Okay.
Because
Cool.
you'll have gear that'll show Disciple of War, Disciple of Magic, and then all classes, but pay attention to the stats on it, because just because you can equip it doesn't necessarily mean you should. And then later on in the game, you'll get to points where you'll start seeing gear that is designed where it specifically says Lancer Dragoon can equip this piece of gear. Freelance is like Booba.
No, well, she's like, I'm a pretty not popular girl. I'm looking like, yeah, you're
Ow.
You're cute.
How are you not?
Like, you're looking pretty good.
How
You got,
are
so-
you not?
you got shit going on there.
You're easily like a 6 or a 7. What do you
You're a
mean
Square
not
Enix character. Of course you're fucking attractive.
You're a Square Enix character. At bare minimum, you're at least a 5.
7. Bare minimum
Yeah.
7.
That's fair. I can see. I'll give you that. Minimum 7s. It's all coming up all 6s and 7s.
Yeah. Like if you're a character made by Square Enix, you're attractive. Just there's no unless they are actively trying to make you ugly. And even then, there's gonna be those weirdos. Like those
Mr.
people,
Happy.
like those people who think Don Corleone is attractive, which I haven't found any, but there might be.
These people may exist somewhere. And then there's Mr. Happy. Mr. Happy also exists. His gimmick is interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his content. He's a really fun Final Fantasy content creator.
I need to fiddle around with the audio again.
Need,
This
I'm
is a-
still on your server.
This is a
God,
loud
this is what?
game.
What?
This is a loud game.
Oh, you can change that in the system settings.
Yeah, I've been changing it.
Yeah, I've had to tone mine down a little bit. I didn't realize how loud mine was the other day. I had Cider jumped in. It was like, it's really loud and hard to hear you sometimes.
Yeah. Fate discovered nearby. Okay, I'll join in. Oh, I see it. I see the fate.
Yeah, Fates are cool because those are just random events that just happen that anyone can just join in on.
Bro, Mike Morgan, I'll help you.
Bro, Mike Morgan.
Bro, Mike, where are you going? Bro, Mike, I swear to God. I'm not gonna do this alone. I'm below the recommended level for this fate. Okay, you know what? That's fair.
Oh wow, I'm surprised they don't have any open. I didn't think the server had this much people on it.
What, Mateus?
Yeah, I'm just happen to be looking at like the Mist is always like the most popular housing district, but I'm surprised I don't see any open districts on it. They're supposed to be adding like a new housing thing in the next expansion though. So that might open up into something new there. I know I think Fidelis' server is a little bit less less populated.
Yeah, an artist friend of mine is on this server, so I decided to choose this one.
Oh, okay. It's nice it's on the same data center as Balmung, so we can all still play together. Yeah, I'm surprised. There's someone who owns a house in the Lavender Beds called Foxy Grandma.
Classic. Is there not an Aetherite here?
What the hell is this guy's name? Hurricane Danger Baby.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Dude's name was, this guy owns plot 42 in the 11th ward of the Lavender Beds. His name is Hurricane Danger Baby. One of my favorite characters I've ever seen a player name of in the entire game to this day was back when A Realm Reborn was the most recent content. And I was
Wow.
running around one of the endgame areas, and I ran past a female catboy, or a female catboy, a catgirl character, and the name was Lieutenant Dan with legs.
What?
And they were transmogging the Santa Claus outfit.
Oh, there's something over here.
But to this day, that one beats the shit out of me as to what that. There was another one was like some like ridiculous transformer name that was very ridiculous. There's some really good ones I've seen over the years. It's one of those games where people watching is just really funny. Person's name is Forbidden Flower. I wonder if this is another RP server is why.
What, Mateus?
Yeah.
I've seen some RP, like icons, but...
Because I know a lot of people like didn't want to be on Balmung anymore, and it kind of started to develop like drama around it, kind of like Moonguard and World of Warcraft. So I'm thinking that might have been what it is. Let's check the Ul'dah one. Fufuran Luluran. That's actually a rather normal name. Because that's a canonical style of naming. Dorian Castellanos. Must be related to Sebastian Castellanos.
Detective with the knife?
Detective with a knife. I'd like to go back and like actually try to finish that game.
Yeah, you should get around to finishing it, and playing Evil Within too.
Yeah, it became just frustrating to edit, and it's really more of why I stopped playing it.
And
'Cause I
just
just wasn't
stream it.
enjoying making videos for it.
Just stream it.
That's really what I do with a lot of games nowadays. I'll just stream them instead. I just don't like editing.
Yeah,
it's a lot of
editing.
time.
Editing.
It's
is
a lot of time for like no reward out of it.
Yeah.
Like it's not fun to just do something that no one will ever see, and put all that work into it when I can put in the same amount of work and a bunch of people will see it instead.
At least with a stream, you might be something someone will just put on while they're doing work.
Right, and at least it's something that I know someone's gonna see, and someone, at least even one person, will enjoy. Whereas I could make videos that no one will ever watch. Most of the videos I ever made, honestly, had like a 11-second click-through rate, and that was the most they ever got.
The most I would do is like a highlights video. And just because I like going through the videos and just seeing what funny parts there are.
Manning Face Punch.
What?
The dude he owns plot 31 in the Goblet. Name is Manning Face Punch.
Jeez.
Their neighbor is Petra Shaftbane.
What? What are these fucking names?
I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, let's get back to Old Green. Let's get out of this fucking neck of the woods.
There's a person here who owns plot 58. Their name is Forgiven Insolence.
Sounds like a fucking boss from Dark Souls.
Does. That or like a Yoko Taro boss from what I've seen of his naming. Stefano Samwell. Fearsome Frog. Kiki. All that reminds me of is the character from Magic the Gathering, whose name is literally Kiki Jiki. There's a faction called Moon that just owns literally like 8 plots, and they're just a bunch of different inns that are RP buildings. Yeah, they're all just RP buildings. And they own like half of the 12th ward in the Goblet. Yeah, this must be another RP server, honestly. I'm gonna go bounce around. What I think
Is that just a server where just most of the people like to RP around?
that's where like people play if they want to do like specifically RP content.
Ah.
That's what Balmung is one of those servers is where you will go if you go to Ul'dah on my server, you will just have a fuck ton of people doing nothing but RPing. There's someone on Fidelis' server who owns plot 42 in District 24, the Goblet, named Swiggity Swoogity. Swiggity Swoogity.
Swiggity swoogity.
Yep. Swiggity Swoogity. Izumi Shimamura.
Just a smaller version of me. You seeing this?
Oh, what?
Just a smaller version of me. Tiny.
So basically, I'm very small.
So basically, I'm small.
Yeah, there's just like not. There's just not districts open on like any of these servers. I'm surprised the player housing is that like. Create the abomination we meant to beta test as. What the fuck? My god, I made specs high. My channel icon and it's the greatest fucking thing. It looks so much better. I don't know if you saw the stream alert on Discord or not. But the icon looks so much better.
What, the skeleton?
Yup. Oh, I fucking love it. Pika Pika Pikachu owns the 7th Warden Shirogane.
Fingerless leveler gloves that give strength and dexterity, so I'll go for that one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any of these servers have open plots of land on them at all.
So I won't. So what? I won't be able to get a house here.
I don't think anyone will ever get a fucking house ever again.
Why'd they make it like this?
Because the houses are located on an actual server. So if they'd have to keep making more and more and more servers for the way the housing system works, because it stores all the data for all the different placements you can do in the house.
Kind of sucks.
It's not like how RuneScape has it set up where like it has set nodes on it you can build and change out what's on it.
Yeah.
You can literally decorate the house however the fuck you want. With whatever the fuck you want as far as all the different furniture pieces. So
I
it
want to
stores
get a
all
house.
that data on a specific thing. So they've just never added more servers because of the upkeep to have to keep up on that would just be exponential, very rapidly. And it's been a recurring. It looks like they have a solution to it with Heaven's Ward with like the new islands system, or in Endwalker rather. But I don't know much about the system to say one way or another if it's going to be a better solution by comparison to just adding more servers and adding more wards to the housing, but it's one of those we'll have to wait and see kind of things. Oh, I'm in the right city. I need to go to Onokoro. We're gonna try out some Heaven on High today. It's what's called a deep dungeon. You'll find out about those a lot later from now. A lot later. Mostly because they're not important until you want to level like another character. They're a really nice way to level another character. I don't actually remember how to start it though.
Kid's making me emote at some girl.
What?
Kid's making me emote towards some girl on like the NPCs for this quest.
This is not a dating site.
Alright, just start dancing then. Alright, it's my dance. Gonna do the dance. There, I've made her laugh. Yeah, I've learned a roll action. Roll actions are spells and weapon skills that are assigned to all the classes in a roll. Tank, melee, DPS, range, DPS, melee. Rather than a specified class, roll actions are learned in the same manner as class actions via leveling. But only need to be learned once to be able to use them.
Here.
Roll section. Okay. Better take a look what that does then. Instantly restores own HP. Oh.
Oh, there you go. Was it the roll ability? Second wind, I believe.
Second wind.
That one's kind of nice. The roll ability, I don't use a lot of the roll abilities because they just really don't matter that much.
Healing seems pretty good.
It's nice, but look at the cooldown on it.
Oh.
It's nice.
Oh,
Fun,
2 minutes.
but not really gonna help you for what it heals in a 2-minute cooldown. It's kind of dog shit. It's nice out in the world, but you'll never use that in an instance content. If it comes down to where you need to do that in an instance content, your healer probably is dead. Which means you're probably not long for this world anyway. Oh god, Hugbees has another video up today? How a Glock actually works.
What does he mean how a Glock actually works?
I mean, have you seen any of Hugbees videos?
No.
Oh, you gotta watch it. Dude, Hugbees is a great YouTube poop guy. It's fantastic. He makes how it's actually made. It's how it's made.
Hey,
but
Mommy
that's
Mune.
not.
I can't believe the first lines out of Mother Mune's mouth is, well, well. So, in the Japanese version, Ishua's voice, she would go, Ada, Ada.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
That's, you know, like the twin sisters from Monster Hunter Rise? The first
Yeah.
lines out of their mouth is Ada, Ada.
Well. Well done. I see.
It's nice to see a lot of fellow Lancers here. Sticking it to Yoshi P. Stick it to the man. With a big pointy stick.
With a big pointy stick. I'm really excited for the new Reaper class. That has me very
Yeah, the
excited.
Reaper class looks awesome. It's awesome that he went out in an outfit.
He did the same thing for Samurai as well.
Yeah, no, he's really into it, and that's really
Yeah.
nice to see.
It's less of an announcements like thing and more of like a Final Fantasy 14 BlizzCon type of thing where it's just like they just go out and they just have a fun time.
All right, let's see. I can wear the leather leggings now. How about the? Yep. Those.
Are you level 8?
I am now level 8.
Oh shit.
That helmet looks fucking stupid.
It's a bucket helmet, I'm pretty sure.
I look like a fucking dunce. How do I hide it?
You can hide the helmet in...
Settings, I believe.
No, it's with a glamour. I don't believe there's an actual hide helmet setting.
Display headgear.
Oh, there is. Okay, you can it'll just turn it off completely.
Bada bing, bada boom, baby.
I say what I have is I have glamour unlocked, so I could just transmog it to look like something else. Because a lot of my helmets look really fucking stupid.
What does transmog cost?
They're called glamour prisms, and they're really easy. I can make them for like next to nothing with clear prisms, but that's all it costs is just those. And then to dye your armor, it has to be dyeable, and then you just need to have the dye, which you can buy a bunch of them from vendors. There's other ones you can buy from vendors from doing reputation dailies at max level with certain beast tribes.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of them that you can craft as a crafter that are like specific to crafters, like they can make them. And then there's other ones that come from doing specific content that they're just rare drops from that are like really interesting looking ones that have like a metallic finish or a pastel finish and things like that.
Huh. Looks like I'll be going back out. Why'd you do that?
Why did I do that? Why wouldn't I have done that?
Good point.
Shows up on the screen even is what makes it even better.
Go back to Luhelik.
Ruharok?
How do I get the sprint?
That should be in your general actions. If you go to actions and traits and then general, it's the first one. Then you can just assign that to a hotbar slot.
Okay.
That's also where you'll find the limit break button.
Do I have those yet?
What those will trigger during events during situations where you're in a group with people in dungeons. And there's tier 2 and tier 3 limit breaks, and the tier 3 ones are unique to each class, has a unique animation for each one.
Uh-huh.
And it'll do a different thing based on what your role is, whether you're range DPS, melee DPS, a healer, or a tank.
Is there anything else I should keep on hotbar, or?
The rest of that stuff doesn't really matter. Most of the other stuff that'll either pop up as you need it, like the duty action 1 and 2 will pop up as you need it. And then all the other stuff, you can do all that through the regular just square menu when you click on like an item or something where that's relevant to. Teleport and return are the only other 2 buttons you would want to have on an action bar somewhere, so on one of your 8 action bars. I usually keep it on one of the ones I have like my mounts and stuff on. Is kind of how I organize it. Because I use bars 1 and 2 for my class. I use bar 1 for single target and bar 2 for AoE. And then bar 3 is just any additional buttons I have that might be important for one reason or another. I kind of wish Provoke was just baked into Lightning Shot. That would make more sense for all the tanks, is to have like their ranged hit for enmity generation just being the taunt button. Instead of it being, hey, Provoke is... well, Provoke, of course. It would just, to me, that would make more sense. It's one of the weird things about tanks that I just don't care for, is that the way taunting works.
People are having fun over here.
Castle Stoneforge. They're chilling.
Yeah, they're chilling, having fun.
They're doing just RP things. Who knows? I have a quest apparently for Gunbreaker that I haven't done yet. And I don't remember having a quest that I needed to do. Probably because I haven't done... Should probably start doing those actually. I'm still on Diablos. I keep forgetting that I'm on other servers. What the fuck is that pet? Conditional Virtue. Oh, I think the pet from Eureka.
Art Lion Strife, he's wearing the fucking Advent Children outfit for Cloud.
Yep, that's one of the ones you get from it's the loyalty perks for having like a continual sub active on the game. I have like all of them because I have like I think it's like something like 5,000 consecutive days or something.
Jeez.
Oh, I've been subscribed since Warlords of Draenor, which was like 2014. So
I was still in high school when Realm Reborn came out, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been subs. I want to say it was pre-2016 I started playing this game, so it's been like 6-7 years I've been playing this now at this point. Wish you could join my duty or have it on high from the duty finder, but I don't think you can. I can join the queue for the Mahjong minigame though. Oh, this is all PvP. Look at the few new ones here. Yeah, there's a couple new ones on this that I didn't realize that. I don't do a lot of PvP in this game. I want to say I've done it like twice.
PvP in Tom 6014?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too appealing.
And honestly, their setup for it's actually pretty neat. It's not bad. I just haven't actively done it. Mostly because it's reward system isn't phenomenal. There's not a lot of sets from, well, like armor sets from it that are like, man, I want to have this armor set. Like, it's like I don't really care. You know, it's just like the PvP sets just don't stand out to me is all.
Nah.
Back to Balmung.
You leaving?
I
Leaving
was
my realm?
I was already off Mateus. I was on one of the other servers. I didn't realize I didn't just transfer back to where I live. Back to the seedy underbelly of RP that is Balmung Ul'dah. There are times I walk through this place on stream and I just go, you know what? Maybe I should cover the chat up. This place can get a little monk of TOS sometimes.
Was sex RP?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, here you got the stream up. We'll check out the quicksand and what you want to see what the quicksand looks like. So in 14, when you're in areas where there's a lot of other players, the game will progressively get louder and louder and have like a crowd of people sound going on in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go stand out here and have the audio up so you can hear it. It's interesting. So I'll stand over here. You can hear the music clearly, standing out here in the main little sector area. So you hear the game is? It's just like the regular music plays here and there's nothing going on.
You streaming right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check. Alright.
So, we're here. Let's get closer to the quicksand. So, we're here. Let's get closer to the quicksand. This is a slow day in here. This is a slow day in here.
I'm not hearing much.
You hear like all the crowd of people and everything?
No.
You don't?
It might just be levels, yeah.
Oh. Well, see, you can see where the people are right now, right? Well,
Yeah.
See you can see how like on the far side of the room there's nothing over there? See how like on the
Yeah.
far side of the... Watch as I walk over there. Watch as I walk over there. You see the pop-in?
What the hell?
You see that's how many people are in here that it has to like lower the load distance
Jeez.
of how far it loads people in.
Wow.
And you got like this dude fucking like Chippendales in it up over here.
Having fun. Boys having fun.
Like, you're talking about the seedy underbelly, and it's quieter than shit because everything happens in here now in private messages. It's like Moonguard Goldshire. It used to be not the case, and then people got annoyed with it. So they had to go, you gotta keep that shit to yourself. I don't care that you do it, but it can't be in public chat anymore. Shit's wild, dude. Shit's wild.
Speak with the idle initiates. Oh yeah, I remember this quest. What do you want, Minnie?
You're there. Okay.
Kitty cat.
Am I going Gates of Fall? I think that's this one. That's the Gates of Nulled. I need the Gates of Fall. Oh, no, it's the one by the Market District. Yeah, that's part of why I want to get off the RP servers. Is I'm sick of the like just amalgamation of like 80 million people. Like it's fun for the fact that the world feels very alive. There's a ton of people,
Yeah.
but there's also too many fucking people.
Right.
Because then it takes a lot of the smaller nuanced content like owning a home and shit is impossible because they're all brothels and guild houses and inns and shopkeepers and all kinds of other bullshit. You know? Apparently I gotta deal with a piece of shit husband for the next Gunbreaker quest. Alright, we're gonna deal with piece of shit ex-husband, actually.
Found you.
In an area called the Spineless Basin. Fantastic.
Good name. Good name.
I didn't realize that's what this area was called over here. Radovan. The homie. I'd rather not cut a man down in front of his own son, but I will if I have to.
Bone harpoon.
The bloody hells are you?
I need a waste. I know. I think I'm actually pretty good for.
Something's up. Something's up. I don't think this is actually a piece of shit ex-husband situation.
Oh, you think
Nope.
someone's lying?
I think this bitch is lying. She looks evil. The bunny girl's caught on, dude. She knows.
Oh yeah, how many bunny girls are there out there now?
A lot. Not
Good.
as many as there are cat boys, though. I have to follow that woman. Hell's bells when Sophie gets one of her hunches. There's no stopping her.
Yeah.
I like the Gunbreakers. The Gunbreaker class quests are cool. I've liked them so far. A dry bone now? What the fuck? So when are you gonna buy your $42 whale?
I'm not gonna buy a $42 whale just so me and the boys can ride around.
But it flies.
I'll get a car.
True. The car is very worth.
The Regalia, I think it's called.
Yep.
Yeah, I played Final Fantasy 15, so I worked a lot with that car.
It's very nice. The whole concept of why the Regalia exists too is really cool.
Now let's go back to the Lancers. Pretty sure it's in Azurite. Aetherite. Because they're around here somewhere. Oh, it's all the way down there. I will just run. Gotta get the next quest in my Lancer training. So I can become a true stick poker.
Radovan just got a mild stroke, so I guess it's up to me to save this kid and his old man from this bitch of an ex-wife.
Bitch. God, the loading is so good now.
I have an ability called Danger Zone.
What does it do?
I don't actually know.
If it
I'm just
doesn't
hitting
make you fly, then what's the fucking point?
I actually don't know what most of my abilities do right now, and I'm actually getting my shit kicked in. Probably should have read what my abilities do, because it's been about 6 months since I played Gunbreaker.
Just see some people sleeping out here.
What?
People just what are the sleeping characters supposed to be? Is that just people who left their computer on?
I don't know, actually. I might be dead. Holy shit, I actually beat him. I had like fucking like 2 HP left. Alright, so what the hell does Danger Zone do? Oh, Danger Zone is just it's an off global cooldown ability that just does damage, like big damage.
Okay. Doesn't even make you fly.
Alright, so that does damage and potency. Oh, so Brutal Shell heals me and then gives me a barrier shield. Solid Barrel does damage and then gives me a cartridge in my powder gauge, which lets me do
Hunting
Burst
Log.
Strike or Gnashing Fang, which the Gnashing Fang slides around to Savage Claw and Wicked Talon. for
Hunting
big
Log
damage.
obtained.
Rough Divide is my charge. Heart of Stone is reduce damage taken by a party member or self by 15% for 7 seconds. When targeting a party member while under the effect of Brutal Shell, that effect is also granted to the target. So I can put a barrier on me or meet myself and someone else. Sonic Break is a damage over time effect, off GCD. I should have this here. Switch that. And then I've got Provoke here. Camouflage increases by parry rate, reduces my damage taken. Nebula just reduces my damage taken. Aurora grants my regen to the target so that I can. That's a heal. And then Heart of Light. Oh, I don't have that yet technically. 'Cause it's all 64. Reduces my magic damage taken. Okay. And then Royal Guard triggers all my abilities. It gives me. That's basically my tank stance.
Royal Guard. Gunslinger. Swordmaster. Gunsword
And then
trick.
all of these abilities are like all the same abilities, just AoE instead. Oh yeah, there's they also have this fun ability that no one ever likes you to use
Mhm.
because it causes healers to have a fucking heart attack. It's called Super Belide. It has a 5-minute has a 6-minute cooldown, instant cast. It reduces your HP to 1, but it renders you impervious to nearly every attack for 8 seconds. So you could just straight up completely soak an attack, but your healer needs to like fucking go ham and get you back to full health. Because otherwise you will die. There's a lot of other abilities to this class that I don't have yet, that I don't actually know where these come from. Are you still alive, Yart? Yeah, this is a class I've played exclusively in the Deep Dungeon content, so I actually don't really know how to play it. The Somnus Addict? God damn, this story got fucking heavy. What the fuck?
What?
So the dad ended up becoming a gambling addict and then tried to work his life around to fix that. But by the time he did, his wife had left him, made all the wrong friends, and she ended up becoming a drug addict and almost sold their kid into slavery for more drugs.
What the fuck?
Yeah. But he's like, it wasn't only my life I ruined, I also made her who she is because of this. It's why I don't have it in me to hate her. Like, fuck. Who writes this? It somehow turned out with a happy ending, but like, what the fuck? That got rapidly heavy for no reason. The story started out at a 2 and it rocketed to an 11 list very abruptly. We're getting more deep lore on Radovan. Apparently, at one point he was an Imperial conscript who disobeyed a direct order and was sentenced to 10 years of solitary confinement.
Jeez. Better fill out that hunting log. Already got the ladybugs. Who's next?
So apparently he had to wear a shock collar during that whole time, and essentially the guards would just kind of do it whenever it pleased them, which was often. To the point where he'd be paralyzed, which would eventually wear off, but now years after removing the collar, suddenly his body will just seize up. There's times where he's been through quests like so far, and he just will drop to the ground and like, you're alright? Like, damn it, I can't move. Because his literally just can't, his body's so attuned to it now. That's fucked up.
What the fuck is this? God, those tiny people, the Lalafels.
Yep. Yep. I'm far from proud of my miscalc. You tried to dig a tunnel to dig out and accidentally dug into her cell instead.
Ah, Yarzon!
This is a fucking water spoken, right?
Huh?
Yarzon's a water spoken.
Yeah.
Pond skater on their legs.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. They're just really big. Enjoying yourself?
I still need to turn this game down. Why do you keep doing this?
I love the petty smile emote. The best part is it's just two fucking anime eyes he stuffed on it, and it's just his mustache photoshopped around his mouth. If you look close at it, that's all it is. He just overextended his mustache with Photoshop. It honestly probably only took him like 20 minutes to make that emote, but it's one of my favorite ones ever.
I gotta find a place to put this bait in. That sure is a giant bug.
What?
These are sure giant bugs.
Yep, they're
She goes.
giant bees.
You die!
I don't. Those are an actual creature too, but I don't know where they're actually can you find those. They're like water lizard thingies. Some kind of amphibian that exists, kind of like an exodal.
Yeah.
You see the big EXP drops when you finish killing enough of them too. A big 1100 EXP. Making that progress. What level are you at so far?
I'm at 9.
9. Where did you go? Gaming.
I know how to game. I know what I'm doing.
I happen to be somewhat of a gamer myself.
Yeah, ladies, I know. I am a gamer.
I see you like to play games. I am something of a gamer myself.
My wife brought out my meal, braless.
What?
You ever saw that Ninja tweet?
No.
Ninja tweet, like, bragged about his wife bringing him, like, he's playing League of Legends, and his wife, braless, by the way, brought out his food, and he put in parentheses, didn't ask for. He's like, life is good. And it's just like, I don't know why you need to bring this up.
It's just like, yo, I married that.
The not
Hell
ask
yeah.
for, just really just, I didn't ask for it, by
I
the
don't know,
way.
maybe there's situations in a relationship where like you have to ask for people to do shit like that for you, and it's like a big deal when people don't do that. You gotta figure a lot of people end up stuck in really toxic relationships, and like not having that must be like going from that to something else is probably like, this is amazing. Why the fuck did I not have this before?
I think he was saying that because he doesn't want people to think he's sexist.
I mean, to be fair, you can get damned in the court of public opinion very easily these days for like the dumbest shit sometimes.
Yeah, but he's a pretty dumb person, to be fair.
Yeah, but that's the thing is once that becomes a thing where like, oh, this person's automatically said he said one thing ever that could be somewhat perceived as potentially problematic, that can spiral to a point where you can literally just lose everything. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, no matter what on it. And that's with it.
At one point he did say he doesn't want to play with women.
I mean, did he give context or reason why, or was that just he just didn't want to play with women?
The bullshit reason of I don't want there to be like any kind of like gossip between us kind of a thing. Because he's a married man? Like, that shouldn't get in the way of you playing with women.
It shouldn't, but on the other token, with the status he's at, you know people will start talking. Oh, the bad rumor of the 2016.
Yeah, but that's like
Ninja
Keemstar
cheating on
bullshit.
his
Who
wife?
cares?
You would be surprised. Look at what fucking happens to Boogie because of shit like Keemstar. You would be surprised. A lot of fucking people care for no fuck. It's the same reason. Why do people give a fuck what the hell the Royals do? Why the fuck do people care?
All right,
who the
let's
hell
stop
Lily's dating?
before we get any farther. Last time we got into that.
You get where I'm coming from.
I
though,
know,
right?
I know. It's just last time we talked about that, things got a bit heated, and I really don't want to go there again.
That's fair. It's not really worth the energy anyway.
No.
At the end of the day, it really isn't.
Let's talk about how stupid Lalafels are and how much we want to punt them into the river.
I mean, that's true. Dude, check out fucking Spiral Mountain, by the way. This dude's a fucking G.
Who?
This dude's character reminds me of fucking Towley from fucking the World of Warcraft
What the
content.
fuck? Just a guy in a wife beater.
No, look at him. He's just fucking like, he looks so out of place, but it's what makes
I
it
just want to
funny.
grill, for God's sake.
Dude's like, yo, I'm here for the party.
He does-
This is the guy who like gets like
All pleasure, no business.
Like, he's looking around like, I need help. I think I took the wrong directions on the instructions to get to the party. I'm trying to find my homies. Where's the party? Where am I? What's going on?
Alright, I guess I'm gonna be in an instanced thing.
My bro's having a house party and I somehow ended up here. Where am I?
I am level 9, I think, so I should be able to do this.
What's funny is I've never seen any of those items in games, so I have no idea where the fuck those even come from.
There's probably just some, like, I don't know, some fucky
Like,
wucky shit.
I legitimately want those items
You
now.
want the wife beater?
Look, someone's already
Dude,
here.
I want that fucking street clothes wear, dude. It looks awesome.
Ah, voiced characters now.
There are a good
Oh,
chunk of the
dear.
stuff is the further
Is
you
that
get in
a
the game, the
sword
more
and a
they've done
stump?
with the
Bad idea.
with the voice acting.
That's good.
Really
I'm
bad
sure
idea.
it's because, you know, they get more money, they can get more voice actors.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Is the deeper they got
It
in the
takes
game,
a
the
lot
more
less
they could
than
do
that
stuff
to
with.
incite the green wrath, you know. Why, the first time we came to the 12's wood,
You had to go
we
find-
almost
Our
ended up
dark
as a
stranger?
train's dinner, just for crashing our airship in the wrong place.
All of the
It was
streetwear
all
armor now.
Papolino's
Now I need to
fault,
find the
of course.
streetwear mog.
Though he'd sooner swallow his staff than admit
They're
that
just
he's
talking while
wrong.
this one bitch is just prattling.
You know her, Kuplo Cop?
Kuplo Cop?
Not exactly, but we did once share a carrot.
What do you spend all your
Isn't
money
that
on?
right?
Glamour.
Wife
bullshit.
beaters. All I have are wife be- Oh yeah, did you hear about that guy who was making the origami switch axes? He finally made like 1,000 of them.
He did finally make all 1,000 of them.
Yep. And I think his wish was, I want ducks back in the game.
I want ducks back in the game. Oh, this is cool. The non-law. Should get this hat for my samurai outfit. 379,000 Jill? Are you kidding?
Same as the last.
For what?
There is a
hat?
disturbance
A
here
hat?
as well.
Oh, is it a good hat?
and
No,
newly
it's just
manifested
transmog. It
bat.
only exists for transmog.
Well, you know, people, you know, once everything's out of the way, it's all about that fashion.
I mean, that's the real end game.
That's the real end game.
We want to get technical. The real end game is
Kuplo Cop.
transmog.
Honestly,
Seems
no specs. If you want to get
convinced
real,
of
the
your
real end
innocence.
game are the friends
Here
we
to
made along the
cast-
way.
If
Rider's
this
cap.
isn't your doing,
189k.
whose is it?
So we gotta favorite that. That's what
Ever
we're looking
since
for.
the
So I
calamity,
found the hat.
forest's been really
I want to say it
sensitive.
probably comes from Heaven on High, to be honest.
The real end game are the friends we made along the way.
True. Also
The
the
slightest
transmog.
disruption,
You met any friends through Final Fantasy Online?
and this sort of thing happens.
Just Chris's friends mostly.
Eh. That's a big tree.
Here. He's using the hempen undershirt.
Hempen undershirt.
The starting gear. And he just dyed it white. That's what that is.
That's a creepy looking tree.
It seems we have little choice.
I think I have the survival shirt still. Those are super cheap. Those I'll buy a spare just in case. Then there's the extreme survival shirt, which is just a shirt. Oh, there's an adventuring sweater. Hooded fiberglass leather vest. Oh, yo, here we go. Can I wear this one?
Oh
Yeah.
god, more trees!
Oh, dude, Freela, check this one out.
That's pretty cool.
It's just a straight, like, fucking chino shirt. What do these run? 1.2 mil! What the fuck?
We could probably make yourself look like Majima from Yakuza 0.
You're not... No, there's a best man's jacket you can get for that. I do want to get that at some point. I do want to get that.
You gonna cosplay female Majima?
Yep. I can dress up like Winry from Full Metal Alchemist in this one.
Oh yeah, that looks cool.
292k. Holy shit. Transmog is exceedingly expensive on RP servers.
Oh, does the price differentiate between servers?
Can. Yo, I can have a Robin Williams t-shirt. It's got the belt and everything, dude. Hey. Very Robin Williams.
The tree is dead. God
Casual-
is dead, and we killed him. The murderers of our murderers.
I can be a valley girl.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Oh, I found it. The Skyworkers singlet. $311k for that
That's
one.
a blue crystal.
I'm pretty sure you could be Nishiki with this frontier jacket, but I can't wear it style only. But it's very, very much so the same jacket he wears. Oh, this is cool. The Peace Lover shirt's at like a...
Oh, Nishiki?
Yeah, Nishiki, that's it.
Here. Feel. Think.
The guy we left
That's it.
out in the middle of the fucking forest. Pick an asshole. Which was still like a... Wait a minute. Hang on. Whoa, wait. We just left him there? He was our homie. This dude was ready to die for us, so we just dumped him off.
As we should. As we are beholden to do.
Crystal bearer.
What's interesting is the belt slot is going away next expansion.
Bearer of the curse, seek
I am
less.
Hydaelyn,
What?
all made
Dark
one.
Souls stuff.
Oh, I haven't
A
played Dark
light
Souls
there
yet.
once was. That
Once you get to
shone
Dark Souls 2,
throughout
you'll
this
understand seek less.
realm, Yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead.
Oh no, not the
presaging an
darkness.
end to life.
The darkness.
For the
Ooh.
sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light.
I like a lot of
Journey
these,
forth
but I'm kind of mad that they're
and
so
lay
expensive.
claim to them.
We were running stuff yesterday, me and Fidelis. I was like, this dude's running around like literally in like some fucking Jordans right now. Like, where do you get the Jordans? I want a pair of those. I'm pretty sure it was a Dragoon event. I was like, this Dragoon got that new drip. Where do you get that from, dude?
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal
Give me a pair of them.
themselves to thee. Only believe, for the
The
light
calfskin
liveth
rider's
in thy
shoes.
heart.
Capskin.
I got that new drip.
Oh, dude. That's
Get
not
out.
drip. Those are Converses. That's not drip. You ain't got shit.
Yo, check my new Tims. Let's go.
Dude, yo, we got the Tims.
see, it goes like, yo, no, these are the fucking drip. Holy shit,
Now
dude.
that's drip.
Go now, my child,
God damn.
and shine
Yo,
thy
that
light
dragon
on
girl got
all
drip.
creation.
Dragon Girl got drip, dude. She's fucking rocking it. What else we got in here? Summer sandals. I don't think I have these. Oh, they're literally just sandals.
You fainted.
The
A
frontier
servant of
pumps.
ether, no doubt.
Got them pumped up kicks, dude.
And what have we here?
There's some fun, like, silly items you can get this game for transmog. That's like 3 million Jill worth of, like, dumb bullshit,
Our
though. Like, I
culprit,
can't
it would
afford that.
seem. An Ixal. And no ordinary Ixal either.
Oh, I had a fishing quest
A
I had to turn in
chieftain.
here. In Limsa.
Fishy, fishy.
I can't do my next
fish.
Gunbreaker quest till
That they would
65.
venture this deep into enemy territory. The beastmen may indeed be acting
I hadn't
under
looked around at
orders.
stuff like that. Like, well, wait a minute, what? You can get this stuff? I don't know what the trend is with, like, RuneScape
is
has stuff with that
Papalimo.
in it now. They
We
added that
found
to the
our
game.
feeling then.
14 has it now.
Better?
Destiny has it now, where they've got, like, street clothes as, like, transmog items for some reason. I don't know what the trend is with adding that, but I think it's really funny.
What, adding what? Street clothes?
Are you sure?
They just have, like,
we're
just
waiting
street
that?
clothes. Just straight street clothes as, like, an armor option.
Well, people want to, like, you know, just look like they're from the streets.
Understood.
I mean, the first time they did it with
Over
14
and
was
out.
the 15 crossover, because you get Noctis's armor.
Yeah.
You get, like, jacket and boots and
Kuplo
everything. His boots are the
Please
best
bear
part. Like, you
word
get
of-
legitimate Timberlands in the game with that.
Over and out. Kaboom!
I used those for quite a while, actually. I was using them with the Mog I'm using now, but I don't know
Here
why
is
I
where
didn't
we
keep
part
using them
ways.
for
Till next time.
my Gunbreaker. I
take-
might change that, because that set's dyeable. I feel like that set's very fitting now that I have the sunglasses, actually.
I think that sword might be a clue.
Thorzagle.
You should definitely pull it out and take it back to the Bannock. You don't suppose that adventurer could see Kuplo Kop, do you?
And this occurs to you
The field may not
now?
look favorably upon such liberal use of its property.
Yes.
These fucking
It
pirates.
seemed that way.
Technically, yes.
Time
Limsa
will
Lominsa
tell.
is a city of pirates.
Well, time will have to.
Former
because you
pirates,
won't.
mind you.
You never tell me what's really going
They're
on.
privateers now.
Unless you don't know what's going on either.
They're pirates, but they have rules.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
While you may already know, members of our trade, Master Wawalago and Captain Forzel included, seem to have difficulties managing time. I suppose the concept becomes something of an afterthought when one becomes so focused on water's surface. Regardless, I am here to ensure the ship adheres to its schedule, both by managing its finances and ensuring new crew members board smoothly. The ship for this, whatever this thing is for fishing, is called the Endeavor. It sounds kind of like, fishing trawler from RuneScape.
Oh, the X and Y display, X, Y, Z display is covering what, like, where I can see I am. Where the hell am I?
What are you talking about?
On my screen, there's an X, Y, and Z display showing where I am, like coordinates, and it's covering like the location name in the corner, like underneath the mini map.
Oh, hit start.
Start.
Go over to system.
Ah, HUD layout.
Yep, and then you can go to HUD layout. You can completely change how the entire HUD is set up. You can move that out of the way, and you can move each individual box even. But you can set it, if you want to do it with the controller, you can see where it says current UI element. You can
Yeah.
change that. You can change which UI element is highlighted by using that drop-down menu.
Ah,
And then there's a way to slide it around use the controller. I just used the mouse and went and just manually slid everything to where it felt the most comfortable for me to have it set up.
I don't have a mouse.
Oh, right, you're on console.
I mean, I have this.
can-
I have this. The touchpad.
That could be probably a little easier than the controller. I don't know how to do it, like, easily with the controller, but like there's pre-built ones where you can or that's changing what features you're looking at to adjust, and then there's 4 different ways you can save the HUD layout itself. So like you can
That's
set
better.
4
Everything's spaced now.
Yeah, you can save 4 presets on that.
Oh, it wasn't showing what location it was in. It was showing the name of the quest I was a part of.
Ah. Yeah, I probably spent way longer than any normal person should spend playing with the HUD layout. What's he giving me? The one thing that I've always found weird in the game, though, and this is just a personal, like, stupid gripe. It's not even, like, anything that's actually a gripe. It's just a stupid gripe. Because when a character hands you something and your character looks at it, you're not actually holding anything because there's no item model that shows up in cutscenes.
Yeah.
So, like, here, take this. It's a rope, and it's like, wow, I'm just staring at my hand. There's not actually anything there. And I get it. Like, I know how difficult it can be to do that when a game where you have so many different character models to move it around with, that it's just not a feasible thing to put resources into that would even make sense. Like, it's not that important. It's just a stupid thing to be upset about. So there's like some kind of like fishing mini game this unlocks with the Endeavor. I didn't even know this was added. What'd I get? I got versatile lures.
Jeez.
Are you alright? Like, holy shit.
It's
You
just
good?
It's just a sneezy day, man.
I'm sneezing. Ocean fishing unlocked.
That's
like
just how it
out
be.
ocean fishing. Okay, potential crew members may register to board the Endeavor in 15-minute intervals occurring every 2 hours Earth time, which would be real time. However, the Endeavor will depart early if the number of crew members reaches 24. Okay. So it's like a 24-man Alliance raid fishing mini game. That sounds neat.
Yeah.
So there's new fish to catch out doing that.
Raid fishing.
Basically, it's a big fishing raid. It's a raid specifically for it's essentially a raid specifically for the fisherman class. That's fucking neat.
Huh. Deliver the sword to Galfred, and then I also need to go back to the Lancers Guild.
Stock up on some new bait that we're gonna throw in my inventory here. Oh, I do only have the one survival shirt. I didn't actually have one. I'll have to just put that in my transmog bin in. So that's what that quest was that. And then now it's back on the quest log. I can see it again. Feast of Famine. I've been working on this quest since A Realm Reborn for reference.
Uh-huh.
Which means I've been working on the quest for almost 6 years. It's not an easy quest to get done, it turns out. Stream for an hour. What have we done? Well, I've explained a lot of the game to freelance. We've looked around other worlds, and then we looked at transmog. And now we're gonna go do some transmog. RP Balmung, Menfina Badness Blitzball Tournament. The Ishgard Heavensguard versus the Limsa Lominsa Storm Sirens at 8 p.m. EST. The Kugane Koban Crushers versus the Thavnarian Immortal Lions at 9 p.m. EST. Join us in the eddies located in the Sea of Clouds. And then they have an actual website for Final Fantasy XIV Blitzball.
Blitzball?
That's not a thing that's normally in the game. That is a completely fan organized and set up RP event.
Don't know why
With
people would want
teams
to
and
do
everything.
Blitzball. Goddamn. I still need
Some
to play
people-
Final Fantasy X.
Some people really, really, really liked Blitzball. A lot.
Those people are wrong.
They're probably Europeans.
Oh no.
Let's be real. It's basically soccer, but in a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, I still need to play. I still need to get through 8, and then 9, and then I'll get to 10. Should probably get back to 8 some point soon.
Oh, I
8
do have Noctis's armor all set up.
8?
Apparently, I didn't realize I hadn't done that.
8 isn't as bad as some people seem to make it out to be.
What about 8?
Yeah, some people like say it's bad. I don't think it's that bad. It's just a bit complicated in some of its mechanics. But luckily, I had a friend who told me how things work, so I guess I'm lucky.
I had a gunbreaker. Oh, I've got like the regular revolver, which I think is one of the items from. Yeah, it's like I think the basic gunbreaker revolver from wherever the gunbreaker class showed up in one of the other Final Fantasy games.
I think the first time a gunblade appeared in a Final Fantasy game was 8.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes from. I'm trying to find pants I prefer for this outfit.
Cleaned up these quests pretty good.
You did all of them?
Did a pretty good amount. How do I move these things up and down without using the mouse on the HUD? I just want to move the minimap just a bit up.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. Like, to be completely honest with you, I really don't actually know. I thought I did, but apparently I had no idea. It's like a metallic black for... Like, that leather black is a unique color.
I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Okay. I need coffee. My coffee cup is empty. That's no good. I wonder if Friends get close to his first dungeon. Oh, I need to go do. I wanted to go do the Heaven on High. Oh yeah. Should be like over here somewhere is where I talked to the guy. Hopefully this is actually fun to do, because I got to level 3 classes through this. I think it's this guy? It is this guy, okay. I'm gonna go fill my coffee up, chat, and I'll be back. Well, what are you doing, Max? You are not going outside to be a fucking nuisance. Not going out to the fucking bar.
Alright, back. Deep dungeon. Oh, he's gone. He's gone as well. Well then. How do we move Seth in FF14? UI element, and then I just want to move it. There's like no way to move it. Come on. Any good VR game deals out there? So Corsa, that's pretty good. Thief Sim VR. Nothing really interesting there. Okay. Alright. I do want to do some more VR streams eventually, but I don't know. Oh! How did fucking... Okay, now I don't have to... Let me just fix that up again. So I do want to put like make it not transparent. There. There you go. Everything looks pretty good. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Jesus Christ, she is tiny. He's big. He has a big gun. It's a little red panda. Cute. Oh, fucking cowboy. It's a gunbreaker, of course it is. It's nice seeing all these people's like just fun little not cosplays, like these little outfits they have going on. They really did do a lot with it. And here's the little me again, wearing very little. Wait, no. Are they? I have no idea. It's like, it's a dragon me. Me as a dragon. Dragon girl. And I know something.
I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Just meat on bread.
It's not just me. I actually had other stuff.
Oh yeah, the fucking bun. Still ridiculous.
It's good.
Fucking open the fridge to get creamer for my coffee as I filled it up, and this is a giant fucking sandwich that Quill has.
Has he still not eaten it all, or?
No, it's fucking massive.
God.
You're just jealous you didn't get it. Or didn't think of make one.
No, because I'd waste half of it because I know I wouldn't finish it. I'd be sick of the flavor of it by the time I get halfway through it.
Yeah, that's probably what happened to me as well.
I unfortunately have taste buds that actually like flavor. He just likes texture. Doesn't care like for massive flavor combinations. For me, it's like if it's too much of one type of flavor, after a while,
Yeah.
it's like I need a palate cleanser because all I care, I don't want to taste this ever again.
Eventually, like, eating it too much just makes you kind of feel sick.
You actually start to just reject it. It's like, this is disgusting. That's why, like, pickles, like, that's why they give you a pickle when you get a meal at a restaurant, and there's just a pickle on the side of it. It's not to put the pickle on there optionally. The pickle acts as a palate cleanser because it's such a harsh flavor.
Yeah.
When you start to get sick of eating it, you take a bite of the pickle, and then you can keep eating it. That's what that's for.
Got the collapsed pillars. Where's the collapsed pillars? Oh, hello, Selena Kyle.
It's like, hello, Celine Dion.
No, Selena Kyle, you know, Catwoman.
Is that actually who it was?
It was spelled wrong.
Oh.
And she's wearing like a witch getup, so it looked nothing like Catwoman.
Apparently Chris is testing out the whatever beta they have for Phantasy Star Online.
Oh yeah.
And in one of the urgent quests he's fighting, he's like, man, this urgent quest is kind of nuts. This dude shoots out so much stuff it even lagged my computer. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
I heard some good things about Fantasy Star Online too.
I have never played it. I know people who played it on like Dreamcast. Like the original one on Dreamcast. And it was
Yeah.
like, this was an online game on Dreamcast? Like, that was a thing?
Yeah,
Apparently
it's
you
crazy.
plugged an Ethernet cable into the fucking back of the console and you play an online game on it. I was like, that's fucking nuts. I mean, wait time more than 30 minutes. The fuck is this?
Just gotta wait. Anyway, I found a way to move the mini-map, so now I moved it a little bit more up.
Oh, it's not more than 30 minutes. It kinged up. Oh, you did find a way to move everything?
Well, only the mini-map, which was all I really needed to move.
Oh.
Might move the experience bar a little bit down because it is clipping into the numbers of my HP and MP, but it's not that big of a
okay.
deal.
Time to do Heaven on High.
What the hell is
infinite
that? What am
power.
I looking at? That looks like
The
a Nier
roast?
Automata thing.
I'm not sure. This was back in Stormblood. It's what's called a deep dungeon. It's like an evolving dungeon as you go through it,
Sounds cool.
and it's like the infinite tower. I think I like this one a bit more than the other one that exists though.
Oh, what's wrong with the other one?
It's more like necromancer based, and it's all underground. But this one's got a more oriental flavor to it. That's all.
Yeah. The collapsed pillars. Where are the collapsed pillars?
It usually shows on the map when you open up if you hit square. I keep thinking hit X, but that's because I played with an Xbox controller for a long while.
Should go out to the central shroud then. Music almost reminds me of like Kingdom Hearts a bit, which is fair because same company.
Right. Yeah, I've never been in here, honestly. This is the first time I've ever actually gotten a cue to pop for in here.
I wonder if Yoko Shimomura did any music for this game.
Might have. Could have also been inspiration pieces too. Heavenly Sharks. Oh god. Yeah, essentially what these are used for is you can do these and you get a big EXP drop at the end of it, so they're great for leveling other characters up.
Huh.
But essentially you go through and you've got you start at at level 60 in this one, you level all the way to level 70 inside the dungeon, even if you're not actually those levels. And what you'll get is you get things that upgrade your Empyrean Aether Pool arms and armor, and that's what is essentially your gear. All the rest of your gear is just scale. Like that's what your gear scales on. It's not anything you're wearing. So you could literally wear no stat glamour items. You could literally run around in here literally butt ass naked. Like it doesn't matter what you're wearing. It just matters that you have your class equipped when you come in. So they're pretty cool because you could just kind of go in. It's great because you can level a class and kind of get a feel for it while you're running through it. And the floors are different every time, so it's kind of like a roguelite type of thing too, which is neat. Yeah, I'm half tempted to just take Super Bull Light off my bars. I'm like, I only use it to give my healer friends heart attacks. Like I said, it's a great ability, but with it lowering you down to 1 HP, it tends to just scare the shit out of your healer. Because they're just like, all of a sudden, why did you just suddenly hit 0 HP? What happened? What's funny is how much physics interaction there is on Noctis's clothes compared to a lot of other armors in the game.
Yeah.
Like, it has a lot of movement to it when you're attacking. You got turned into an otter. The group ended up 2 tanks and 2 dragoons. Because it's not like a normal dungeon, you don't have to have healers, you don't have to have tanks. It's not set up like that.
Right.
Type of traditional type of run through. So I've literally had it where like, we had a group once where we had all healers.
Oops. All healers.
Oops, all healers. Which is funny though, because healers all have damaging attacks. Because the game's set up in a way that like, you're not just gonna heal as a healer, you have the ability to do damage if you want. So like if there's downtime and you like want to deal damage, you can. The higher tier game content is set up to where like it's tuned in such a way that it expects healers to be doing DPS. But you don't have to do damage as a healer if you're not like trying to do that. I don't, at least. I'm like that's, I don't want to do healer. It's already enough to keep track of healing and trying to do DPS, so it's like, I don't want to bother trying to do... Like, cute as a healer, I'm going to keep everybody alive.
Yeah.
If I get downtime where I don't have buttons to press, that's just, I get to take a breather for a moment. I don't want to constantly always have a button that I need to hit. You know?
Yeah.
That's why I like that this game has such a long global cooldown by comparison to like World of Warcraft and stuff. Because it's not, the combat's not nearly as fast paced. And I do kind of like that quite a bit. 'Cause it's much more relaxed. You're not trying to like mash your buttons as fast as possible.
Right.
The only class that plays like that is Ninja, and that's because it's designed to move really quickly. No other class is like that, though. Whereas in WoW, you can stack the haste stat, hit Bloodlust, and then you're hitting a button every half second. And that can get really ridiculous. Like, there are times where I've had, you know, 140 actions per minute. Literally pressing one button every half second. And it gets fucking wild. Like, my hands hurt after a while playing WoW sometimes. Yo, Affluence, let's go. Oh, do we have that active already? Oh, you can't use items on this floor, that sucks.
Kilikle. Some man's name over here.
What?
Kilikle.
I wonder if he knows Lahi?
Do you know Lahi? The pianist's face during that entire thing.
Whoever was in charge of doing the camera panning on that,
Did a
even if
genius
it was just like completely on the fly because they caught her by surprise, that was the best part.
She looked so surprised.
Just like,
what the hell is going on?
what?
What is this?
Like, it was already
Like,
pretty surprising
award-winning-
that he was like. I think it was less so that it was surprising that he was coming out to play, and more of a. Oh, this is cool that he's out here, but I don't think she was expecting him to play. I think she was expecting him to say something, and then that was it. Like, he comes out with the two little music note toys, and like, what?
Yeah, Tomanes.
It's incredibly impressive that he could play that song on those things, though. Like, that just is a testament.
That boy
of, like, How good
practiced.
is this guy when he does? This dude knows his shit. Yeah, it was really cool getting like the backstory to why he wanted to do that. Because he intentionally set it up that way because he wanted to give everybody something fun.
Yeah.
Because the community's just always been so good to him and just so like well received on it, and he loves that song became a meme. And like that's why he picked that song. But like, literally, like the way he gives back to the community is just an ascended shit post is the greatest thing. Like, to me, that's just 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. It sounds so off-key, too, is the best part.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? But, I mean, to be fair, that song became a meme because when you get to that point in the game, that song is very out of place feeling because no other song is like that up to that point. Like, there had never been a song like that as just background music. Like, it didn't have, like, a full, like, singing part to it or anything like that.
Like, sweep the ladybug. Fuck you.
Sweep the leg?
Sweep the leg.
That is the superior way of greeting, obviously.
Well, first you.
Every time that comes up with the meme is the handshake, then the fist bump, sweep of the leg. As it progressively keeps going, and they're like, how do we make this stronger?
Take
How
your
do we make
honey.
this better and better?
Hold her close. German suplexer.
German suplex. Every time I see a German suplex image, all I can think of is fucking Ed, Edd n Eddy. That fucking. Every time, like, that was the sound effect they use in that show. Every time someone would get hit with something, it'd be off screen, and then they'd come flying across the screen. The items in your bag have temporarily transformed into worthless stone.
Oh, well, that's not very nice of them.
No, because floors will have different affixes on them. So, like, sometimes there'll be floors where your healing and MP will get increased regeneration. And there's other floors where more monsters will appear on this floor. There's other floors where, like, you can't use items on this floor. Because it gives you these little items called commanders you can use that have, like, special abilities to them. And some floors it won't let you use them because that's the gimmick of the floor. But that's how the system works.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's kind of like a roguelite-ish type of piece of content. It was really cool when it came out, and then we beat the fucking shit out of it, and now a lot of us can only do so much of it at a time before we all just don't want to ever be bothered to get and never see it again. Because when you do it, you know, hours and 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 hours for like 2 weeks straight to level all your characters up, it
Gets kind of tiring.
yeah, it becomes like I never want to see this content ever again. Because I've cleared all the story out of the first one, which I think goes to I think it goes to like floor 200 or something. They go in increments of 10, so there's increments of 10 floors at a time. And I've done it all the way, I think, to floor 200. Like, I finished the whole story there that takes place, which actually comes off of some of the side quests, dungeons, for the hard mode dungeons at max level, at level 50. Because the first one came out during Inventory Expansion. I don't know if this has a similar setup to it or not. Yeah, so like on this floor now we have haste. So now this is just like a kick the shit out of everything floor.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like you have Bloodlust active in a sense. Is like you're just gonna swing a lot faster and makes you do a lot more damage because your stuff comes off cooldown quicker. Heavenly Amakiri. Basically a scorpion. There's the best one, someone did pop it. And then there's items you can collect called the Accursed Horde. And those give you some really nice rewards at the end of it. You can crack them open and sometimes they'll give you some cool items that are unique to rewards from just this place specifically, which you can't get anywhere else. There was a point where when Jeremy was still playing, we got really good at finding them and would get like 5 and 6 of them per run. It was pretty ridiculous. Like, we'd find them without using the intuition thing. There's an achievement for finding 10 of them without using the thing that tells you where they are, and you can't see them otherwise. You just have to kind of accidentally stumble upon them.
Uh-huh.
We have the achievement for finding 10 of them like that. Yeah, that was literally from us, like, literally going through the entire room and just kind of, like, stopping, because you got to stand over where it is for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then it will trigger. We got a little greedy, but when the stuff first came out for the first set of the Deep Dungeon stuff, and the one that's in the town called Quarry Mill, the stuff that were rewards from it that were tradable were worth a lot of money. So we were being big greedy, and would actively try to make sure we got every horde we got. The longer the content was out, obviously, the more that, you know, people got the drops, so it wasn't as nearly as expensive after a while, but we made a lot of gold early on that I frivolously spent on dumb bullshit. That's why I don't have it anymore. There was a point where I had like 5 or 6 mil back when 5 or 6 mil gil was like really, really, really rich.
And now that's nothing. Inflation ruined everything.
Yep. And then economics. Heavenly Umemi. It's a big fucking snail. Like fangs and shit. Damn it, Umami. Honestly, there's sometimes I look at names of food and things, and all I can think of is that fucking machinima someone made of, the fucking Arthas and Uther from World of Warcraft, or Warcraft 3 rather, for the culling of Stratholme, but it was the cooking of Stratholme.
Yeah.
These people in Roni are all infected in Ananan. How do you even cook that? Like, it's the dumbest shit, but I just absolutely loved it. My favorite line of it is, "Damn it, umami." Petrified? Oh no! Oh my god, I look ridiculous!
You look fine.
I'm vibing. Vibe check. Yo, I'm vibing. I kind of wish Brutal Shell healed a little bit more than it does. But I kind of get why it doesn't. They don't want tanks to become invincible gods again. Did you watch the fucking Papitos again? Or at all yet, or no?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
You gotta watch. I linked the video in Discord.
Sorry.
I'm gonna drop it on, actually. My community Discord too, because everybody should know about Papitos. They dropped it in my guild Discord too, because they also should know about it. Diogenes Laertius.
Laertius.
Oh, is it Laertius? Is that how that's pronounced?
Yeah, it's the
Oh.
Laer.
Oh. Names are hard.
Yeah.
Can't remember his new named like Tim, Jeff, Steve, and Sancho. I like the name Sancho.
Oh my god, that's such a dumb outfit.
What?
The hempen act on it's just a puffy ass fucking. So puffy.
Puffy? Let me see what that looks like. Hang on.
So fucking puffy. It's so puffy, man. This isn't right.
God, I forgot how a lot of the gear looked.
This looks dumb as fuck.
Oh, dude, some of the leveling gear looks absolutely dumb. Like, there's gear that looks really good in this game, and there's other gear that's just like, who the fuck hit send on this?
Yeah, I get it. This is
Magic
probably
Sword?
based off of some actual like outfit that people have that people had back then. I look like that kid from A Christmas Story when he's all wrapped up in like the coats. You ever watch A Christmas Story? Hello?
Christmas Story is great.
Yeah, I remember that. Remember when the little brother was all wrapped up in like coats?
Yup.
Yeah, that's what I look like.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
Shoot your eye out, kid. How about a football? Yeah, football.
Ho, ho, ho. Kicks him down the fucking slide. That's one of my favorite things, and I love it because on Christmas Day, every fucking year, AMC will run a literal infinite fucking marathon of that movie.
It's classic.
And it's the greatest fucking thing.
Gods damn you, mushroom-headed, spindly-legged, spore-spewing abominations! Suck the life out of my precious trees, will you? Okay, dude.
Now
Tone it
read it
down.
with an Austrian accent.
Austrian?
Yes, like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Gods damn you, you mushroom-headed, spindly-legged, spore-spewing abominations! Suck the
There it
life out of
is.
my precious trees, will you? How's that?
Perfect. That's what we want to hear. That's the content we sub for.
Mwahaha! Did you hear that, you malignant toadstools? Your end is nigh.
Come with me if you want to live. Yo, Mayhem redeeming the roof falling off? Dude, what's up, homie?
Oh no, the
I
room.
always appreciate my lurkers chilling in the chat.
Hey, proper mayhem. If you want to come over to someone who's just starting Final Fantasy 14,
Trying to poach my viewers?
instead of someone who actually knows what they're doing.
You flatter me, sir. You flatter me.
Oh, am I wrong? Do you not know what you're doing?
Bold of you to assume I have any idea how to play video games.
Bold of you to assume this game I've been playing for hundreds of hours.
Thousands
Thousands
actually.
of hours. I'm any good at it. Crazy,
Bold of you
man.
to assume that I'm actually good at video games after thousands of hours of investment in them.
I mean, you beat Subnautica, and I didn't. But that's because I'm scared.
It's because you're a little bitch baby.
I'm not a bitch baby.
I'm not a bitch baby, I'm just scared.
I'm not a bitch baby. The deep water is scary. Who knows what's down there?
Literally nothing that is actually scary, as it
No
turns
one.
out.
Still, like 80% of the ocean hasn't been explored, man. We don't know what's actually down there.
I mean, I do, and most of it's a bitch. Hell, half of it's bugged as shit, so it doesn't even actually know what to do. That was the real fucking the fucking sea dragon fucking fell through the floor half the time. Motherfucker's so dumb he couldn't even stay above the fucking world floor.
I should get back to playing it. Apparently, it has some like PS5 upgrade for Subnautica, where it actually like implements haptic feedback and the adaptive triggers. That could be interesting. Honestly, the part that interests me the most about
they have
Subnautica.
the triggers on it where they actually start to give resistance on them.
Yeah.
I think that's a neat feature. That's really cool if they found
The
a
way
to do that.
Returnal does it is actually really cool because they use it
And
just
honestly,
as
like,
extra
I
buttons.
really want to, yeah, I really want to play that game, but I also really want to play it now just because, like, I want to find out what the haptic feedback's all about. Like, that's fucking cool,
Yeah, you get to feel like the raindrops on you. You get to.
right? Like, well, I was watching you play it, and I don't know, you weren't playing it, were you?
I was not playing Returnal. I
Okay.
want to eventually once it's not $70.
I watched Barb play it, which is really funny because if you put it like on the colorblind mode for Dura Narapti, it actually looks better
Oh.
in colorblind mode. I really like the way the game looks.
Is Barb
It's way
colorblind?
easier to keep track of it. Yeah, Barb's colorblind. He has that dire neuropathy or whatever. Like he has like something with like, I think it's like greens and yellow like just don't match up for him.
Interesting.
Like they just kind of meld into one shade, and it's just like I can't tell what the difference is. So that's what that crag thing we picked up does. It summons Titan to fight the mob with. That's actually pretty cool.
Isn't there like a boss in this that's the Knights of the Round?
Yes, that is.
That sounds so
that's,
cool.
That's part of Heaven's Ward.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's like one of the most famous summons in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, there's a lot. Heaven's Ward has a lot of like some of the really big name like secret bosses and stuff. Like Alexander being one of the major raid in I'm giving it to Diogenes like a hat. Alexander being one of the major raid boss of Heaven's Ward was really fucking cool because I was like, this is the coolest thing, and then I found out from Drew that Alexander's like a secret boss in all of the Final Fantasy games.
This is Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember him from 7.
It's a literal castle, and it's always been a secret boss.
Huh.
Like it's hidden, and you have to like do all kinds of jank to get it to show up, kind of thing. What's going on here? There's story. This is what I always call such a hero, is it not? A title befitting the one who triumphed over the Black Wolf of Garlemald? I had no idea Western affairs were within your purview. Just how far does your reach extend? I don't know who this other character is. I don't think I've ever seen him before. Looks like fucking Zamasu from fucking Dragon Ball, though. For too many secrets for my liking, but very well, have it your way.
He's like you know that meme where it's like the nerdy guy on the computer and then all those like gigantic dudes on the computers answering to his question.
Yep.
That big guy reminds you, like, you could just see him. It's like, hello, kid.
I really like the male Rogan model. I like how fucking bulky they are. I think it's the coolest thing. That's why I like the what are they called? Not the Leonin, the lion guys. The big bulky lion dudes. I'm sure you've seen them around. The Rothgars, that's it. I think they're called like Leonin or something in the Shadowbringers world. Is probably why. Okay, so there's a whole story to this deep dungeon too that progresses as you clear chunks of floors. Let's go crack open my silver haloed sack.
Don't talk to me about your sack.
So I finished that one chunk of 10 floors, gave me 1.15 million experience points.
Wow.
Well, I need 5.8 million to go from 63 to 64 for reference, but that's a lot of EXP for one chunk of that. That's a fifth of a level from just clearing just that. All right, scuffed or not scuffed? Am I gonna get something good or is it gonna be shit?
Not scuff. Let's go. Not scuff.
Not scuff. Let's go. I got one swirly. That usually means it's something at least decent. Not scuffed. Wind up Leviathan.
Nice. Whatever that means.
It's a pet.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's like a little minion pet, but it's one of my favorite bosses in the game actually.
That's good.
Is Leviathan.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to be getting that. Wait, no, it's probably after the Spear of the Fearless. Probably.
Following the release of their wind-up Titan, the Weavers Guild once again approached Tractorum for consultation, a task to which he eagerly rose, providing the guild with a crude sketch of a certain body part he insists is identical in length and girth to the Leviathan. Well then, that's the flavor text on the wind-up Leviathan. Well done. Freelance, they asked him for a new task on what they should make the next wind-up toy thing for kids about. He drew a picture of his penis and insisted that it was as long and as girthy as Leviathan was.
Okay,
and that's
then.
how they made Leviathan.
Alright.
Oh my god, dude, he's adorable though. Holy shit. Look at him.
Oh god.
He's all googly-eyed and shit. Look at him. Look at him. See him? He's small. Wind up Leviathan. That's a fucking big old not scuffed for sure. I think the queues get faster the higher floors are. Watch it be all the same people. It's just these same it's just the four of us running heaven on high right now.
Got the egg. Let's get out of here.
Yo, it's the homies.
Mugen Doro.
Mugen Doro's new, but T Wildcard and Dodge, these are in this group again. Yeah, this is in the Stormblood expansion, so you'll see this a long while from where you're at.
Yeah.
The soundtrack for this expansion was fucking stellar, though. I really, really enjoyed this expansion. It gutted one of my favorite classes because they completely fucking screwed Summoner in this expansion.
Ooh.
But I really, really, really enjoyed this expansion either way because this is where I got Samurai came out, and this is where I ended up going from range to melee. I ended up switching to melee, and I ended up finding out that I really liked the melee classes in this game. They're just the way they had changed pets from Heavensward into Stormblood. We went from... It was more because Summoner went from being the strongest, most powerful class in the game, and a literal fucking god. Like, I could carry groups alone. Because my class was just set up in such a good way to... They just fucked pets so hard that it just felt terrible to play the class. Like, they changed it so much, I had to completely relearn it. That's what felt so bad. But they've since fixed it a reasonable amount. It'll never go back to what it was, but it's definitely in a better spot. And I'm happy about that now. I'm also glad they fixed Ninja, because Ninja was very broken in the beginning of Shadowbringers. Like, to the point where, like, they recognized, like, we fucked this class up and we apologize. Like, they had to completely redesign parts of Ninja with how they changed it because it botched it entirely.
Bronze spear. A new spear.
Masterworks all, you can't go wrong.
Masterworks all, you can't go wrong.
It's funny how every time, like, oh, this NPC, I was like, oh, that NPC is my favorite. That's not entirely false that I have several favorite NPCs. The trick is that all the NPCs are my favorite, because they're all amazing characters. Even the bad guys. Some of the bad guys are some of my absolute favorite characters.
What, in FF14?
Like yeah, like the big bad for Realm Reborn and the big bad for Shadowbringers are two of my absolute favorite characters in the game.
Is the big bad in Shadowbringers Thancred? I remember hearing that name a lot.
I just stepped in a land. Thancred's one of the main characters.
And just seeing
He's
some, like, pro-Jared looking
a-
motherfucker.
I don't know who the fuck Pro Jared is.
He's a game reviewer.
Oh.
Does the videos.
I can't say I've ever heard of him personally, so I don't get that reference, but Thancred's actually a pretty cool character. I quite like him.
Then I know there's some lesbians.
There's a lot of lesbians, actually.
Okay, the goth girl and the not goth girl.
Oh, yeah, there's big lesbian energy there.
Wasn't there like a whole festival for them?
That was more of a, like a thank you because they helped save like the world kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
It was more what that was than anything else. They're really more of like sisters than actual lovers, though, is what that insinuates. But it's one of those, like, I let people have it because, you know, recognition, you know, representation, let them just kind of have their thing, you know?
Yeah.
But the actual story kind of plays out that both of them don't really have families. And they kind of end up realizing, like, hey, like, we don't have anyone else, but we can count on each other to be there for us. And they're more of a family than they are, like, lovers kind of thing. You know, it's kind of like those bonds stronger than blood kind of deal.
Specs,
It's really
Specs
what
being
the
like,
story
oh, look at
actually
these
starts to
great
do.
friends. Kind of energy.
That's really what it is.
Besties!
Like, I get where it comes from otherwise, like the whole, like, oh, they're lesbians, like, and that's one of those, like, I'm willing to just go, you know what? You
Are,
can have it.
are
I
they,
don't- it's
you
not-
know,
it's
swings
not
a
big
sword,
deal.
lesbians?
Swings the sword in a, like, flaunty way. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, I just let people have it. It's like, dude, I don't care what the fuck the hell, I don't care what the hell these characters do with their genitals in situations that don't exist in the video game. Like, let people have it. Is really all I say on it. Like, I don't care. That doesn't change what the characters are to me at all. You know?
Yeah.
It's when people go out of their way to, like, completely alter what the storytelling actually is to fit a narrative for the sake of having a narrative. That's just, at that point, that's just dumb to me. It's like, dude, why?
God, this fucking edgy-ass wannabe Lancer bitch. The bad guy of the Lancer storyline.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters in the game that actually are, like, the actual villains that are, like, they're written in a way that are, like, not like a kind of like a Kefka or a Sephiroth written in a way where, like, they're actually the good guy in the end, but, like, legitimately are characters who are written in that way of they're the bad guy, but they're the kind of bad guy where they're written in a way where you understand their motives and are to a degree sympathetic with them because you kind of get where they're coming from. Like, they're bad guys, but they're not bad guys kind of deal. You
You
know,
are a bad guy, but you are
a
not
bad
bad
but
guy.
that does not mean you are a bad guy. You know, like their motives, their ways to get to what motivates them is not the greatest way to go about it, but what they're doing is in the right place, kind of deal. And their storytelling is done in such a way that's really, really well done. And that's why I like those characters so much. They're not like, oh, evil for evil's sake and like, oh, I'm just trying to destroy everything kind of thing. They're written kind of like Thanos is written in the actual like comic books Thanos, not like the movie Thanos. Movie Thanos is kind of close to the comic books. Because like the whole thing of like, oh, Thanos just did it because he just wanted to fuck Death because Death was a hot goth girl is like
Wait,
1/8 true.
what?
In the comic books, the initial thing that really there's a story arc with Thanos' storyline in the Marvel comic books. And Thanos is an eternal, so they're basically gods. And Thanos' big thing is he wanted to achieve godhood, but his main motivation was he understood to a degree like the level of what the world worked like, and he sees life not as a mortal but as an immortal, and understands how it's unfair and all this, and sees that things need to change, and he understands that the resources of the universe are finite, and that inevitably that those resources will wear out, and it will destroy all life. His motivations are, if I have to sacrifice half of everything to preserve life, so be it. I will save those I can save, even though I can't save everyone. The people I can save are worth more. And that's why his whole thing is, I will indiscriminately remove half of the world. He won't pick and choose. It will just be random. And that way it's fair. Some will live, some will fade away. But at the end, it's all done for the preservation of all life. There's a point where he meets the aspect of death, and it's a female representation of death, so they tried to add like a whole love interest thing, which then turned into people who all were like, oh dude, Thanos is just trying to get his dick wet. That's the whole reason he's trying to do what he does, and that is not even close to his motivations. And Thanos is literally one of those moral dilemma evil characters, because what his intent was in the right place. His actions don't justify it though, and that's what his whole concept is supposed to be.
Oh god, is it
But
RP going on?
What?
CRP, I think I see RP going on. Yes, I see
What
RP going on.
Is it orange text?
No, it's blue. Luigi Gover paused, brows furrowing once more as she thought of how to compare it. Like, fission?
Oh, yep, those are RPers. Them's RPers, homie. They add a certain degree of interest to the world space. They're adding their own flavor to the world.
Yeah.
See, I like just being the silent observer warrior of light, because my RP is being part of the story, the game itself.
Yeah. Exactly.
I like watching RP, and like I've come to watch a good chunk of like GTA 5 RP. I think it's really fun. I think it's an interesting concept of story stuff. I don't have any interest in actually doing it myself. But I really like watching it.
You ever see those videos of like this guy has this GTA 5 RP server, and he just has these events happen that that he doesn't tell anyone about. He like plans them for like a month and like just fucks up the entire server. Like one time he had the SCP that snaps your neck when you're not looking. He had one of those appear.
And it kind of show up in the game?
Yeah. And he was playing it, and he would have it, like, stand still whenever people were looking at it, and when people looked away, he would disappear, get it behind him, snap their neck, kill them.
Oh, God.
And
no,
like,
I was on, oh, no!
And then there's that, like, okay, he's in the police station. We have everyone in the police, all the police are, like, aiming at him, making sure everything's fine. Like, they're all, the best part about it, everyone's still in character. They have not broken character once.
That's the coolest part, is when people don't break character.
They just keep going, and they keep playing with
Diogenes.
it. What?
I opened a trapped treasure chest and it exploded.
Diogenes, no!
But,
he will be missed.
No, the one person I really like watching, is that he does it really in a way that I really enjoy it, is Devilor. He's he's one of the community managers for World of Warcraft, but he's also a streamer.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's been playing a lot of GTA 5 RP, and he plays Cash Kennedy.
Cash Kennedy.
Cash Kennedy LSPD. And
Okay.
he RPs as a police officer in the GTA 5 universe, and it's really cool. And like he'll go around and like do like actual like last night there was a bank robbery and he had to negotiate a bank heist to like save a hostage.
Wow.
And then they had to go like chase down this guy and like capture these two criminals and like bring them in and like do police. I was like, it's really cool. I was like, this is neat. This is really cool to watch. Like it's actually really fun, like little stream content. I was like, this is neat. This is a really cool
one time
thing.
the guy had the Terminator appear, and like hunt after a specific person.
I've been seeing like that where you've got like silly little things like that.
It's
that
so
happen.
much fun, man, because they play along and they have so much fun.
I've got one. There's Grand Pooh Bear has been playing a lot of it, and he's got a character he's playing, and it's I can't remember what the fuck the character's name is, but all I can think every time I see him is basically like, think Hugh Hefner goes around and buys up properties all over the GTA universe.
Uh-huh.
And that's pretty much what I get the gist of, like, his character is. Oh, great. All we can do is auto-attack. We got hit with the impeding trap.
Does that keep you from using like your abilities?
It pacifies and silences you for 30 seconds, so all you can do is auto-attack.
That's
You can't
wow.
cast spells or use abilities.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, like I said, it's a cool little system, and it's definitely got its own little nuance to it. Yeah, I really like watching the GTA 5 RP, and there's events like I've gone and watched like little RP events. I've gone to a couple in-game weddings and things for friends and stuff over the years. Like it's just I like the idea around it, but I find it more entertaining than actually. It's one of those things I'd rather watch it than play it.
Yeah, I can send you some of those videos if you want to see.
Yeah, drop one or two of them. I'm actually curious on that. That sounds silly as fuck. But like that's why like I'd rather watch like Resident Evil playthroughs, or I'd rather watch Nier playthroughs. This is like they're not games I particularly would enjoy playing, but I do really
the
like
shit that
watching
happens to
them.
them is interesting and like you want.
Oh yeah, it's interesting enough that like I'd actually want to see this content. Like I'd want to see it, experience it. This is literally just a giant open room. I have never seen this before.
So who'd you watch play Village?
Village was. I want to say I mostly watched Barb play Village, honestly.
Yeah, that game
it was really
great.
funny because he got a fuckload of gift subs for sniffing Dimitrescu's chair.
Of course.
The story of that game was really cool, though. I really thought that was neat. It was a neat game.
The story was good.
I like that it had a lot of like open exploration to it. Like it legit.
Yeah.
Like by the end of it, I was kind of like, you know, I might actually want to play this at some point because I like the idea of it.
It's fun, and unlike Resident Evil 7, it actually has a fun like ending part.
I liked how the story ended. I thought that was really neat. There was a lot of like, wait, what? Whoa, hold on a second.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's a
whoa,
lot of that.
Whoa, what? Whoa,
What?
hang on,
Whoa.
whoa. And then like after the
Does
whole
he
thing,
have a
and then he goes to
propeller?
like where then it goes to where she's like visiting his grave, and then you realize like, what I still want to know is like, they drive up. Who the fuck is standing next to the goddamn car down the street?
Modders
There's someone standing over there.
Modders checked who it was.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's Ethan.
Oh, it's Ethan. What?
Yeah, probably it was probably just a placeholder.
Is it supposed to be like his ghost or something?
Maybe. I mean, the whole thing about Megamycete is that it does take in the
It's really hard to get rid of, it seems like.
Megamycete, like it records everyone's like first like essences. So I guess this is still
It's like
part of it.
it's like
So
a
maybe she sees it.
memory bank, but it's like a naturally occurring plant thing.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah.
moss or something.
Here's one of them. Here's one of them. The thumbnail already is pretty bad.
Oh god. Hey guys, I found out why my streams are so laggy. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Yeah. And they have like a guy who can like fuck with the audio in the game, and like have only a
that's
very
what-
specific person hear something.
Jeez, that's wild, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that got so in depth for that.
Yeah,
That's
it's crazy.
It's funny. The most I've ever gotten into like doing any RP is where I'm just kind of like passing through an event and I accidentally get roped into stuff because I happen to like stop moving to type something else, and then people thought I was joining in and just kind of like had to like play it off, which is funny because I usually play samurai, and I just played it off the same way I do it at like the Ren Fair, because I wear my samurai outfit I have with all the garb and everything to it when we go to the Ren Fair here in Ohio.
Yeah,
And it's a good time, but like all the shopkeepers are obviously all in character and everything, and they'll go and they'll try and flag me down and ask like, oh, which one of them is your lord and everything. It's like I am but a simple wanderer and a simple ronin. I'm just here traveling, merely visiting to see the sights.
yeah.
Like
I told you I worked at a Renaissance fair.
They get into it, and they're like, oh, a long way from home, aren't you? I was like, it is a bit of travel, isn't it?
Have I ever told you I worked at a Renaissance fair?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I was a part of the French army.
Ah.
The Black Salamanders. And since it was my first year there, I had to die in every battle.
Ah.
And they had to teach
As
me
the
how to
French
die
do.
correctly. Well, yeah, to me, like, because I'm holding these, like, 12 feet long pikes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and we have to make sure, no one gets hurt. So it's, like, one of the things where I have to, like, support myself along the pike as I'm going towards the edge, and then I put my hand over the pointy end, and I fall down.
I have a lot of fun at the Ren Fair because I've always been the only person, anytime we've ever gone, I've only ever seen one samurai. It's me. So it's all I stand out in a crowd doing it. It's also really fun on its own. I really enjoy that. It's like every shopkeeper, every vendor.
Yeah.
People stop and want to take pictures because like I have my hair tied back, I've got the hat, I've got my whole outfit on. I've got my sword on my hip constantly. I'm always got one hand on my sword, as you always should. Like it's really fun. I have a lot of fun with it. But it's like the only time I've ever actually done any kind of like active like RP thing, and it's the only time I do it is when I go there because it's fun, and it's all in good fun. But I always just play it off. So I don't want to get like super involved in the conversation because like I'm not trying to. I'm trying to go and have a nice look around and stuff. But I keep it all in character and everything. I'd like to one day be able to afford like an actual sword to have with me when I go, because you can bring one with you. And I've had some of the vendors actually like offer me like, take a look at this, and like I've seen some really fucking nice blades, like shit that like I'd never see before. Like, where the fuck did you even get this?
Yeah.
And then I ask them what they cost, and they're like, if you gotta ask, you can't afford it. I was like, off the books, what would this thing actually cost if I wanted it? There was one like. I immediately, like, as gently as I could, set it back down on the table because it was like a $13,000 custom blade from like one of the masters in Japan. He's like, I have this literally as a display piece, but I figured you'd really like to see this. So I was like, I thank you for letting me see it because that is something I never thought I'd see in person. But there's some really cool shit I've gotten to see. Holy shit, we just had a bunch of shit just pop in on top of us.
Pop on top.
And then someone popped the save our asses button.
Spirit hold. Where's spirit hold?
We turned all the monsters into like chickens and squirrels and shit.
Someone out here looking like a Bloodborne character.
Yeah, the most recent set of gear from Tomestones, it has very big Bloodborne energy. Oh, I got mudmen on this floor. Oh my god, who stepped on a landmine? I almost died.
Where is spirit hold?
Popped it already. Oh, we got the summon Ifrit gem for this floor. What I like is some of the music in here reminds me of, Dragon Quest.
Hmm.
Oh. Oh, I have pox. That's the issue. I don't think I have a... We don't have a way to cure pox right now, which is kind of shit. That's why I'm dying. There's a debuff you can get the last 10 minutes in here that constantly deals damage over time. And it persists through death, which is really annoying.
Oh, come on.
It's called pox. It doesn't happen very often, and it's usually because you picked up a chest you weren't supposed to open up. There's a thing you can get that cures it, we just haven't found one yet. I have a heal over time I can keep blowing to keep my health topped off, so I haven't died yet from it. Someone else hit it. I hate pox so much. What are we getting hit with on this floor? Abilities unavailable. Oh, great. Items unavailable. Amnesia, unable to use abilities. So things that aren't weapon skills you can't use. Oh, nope, someone got rid of them. Trying so hard to find a thing that cures pox and it doesn't exist. Jeez, how many boxes do we have in here? Got like 3 level ups just in this room. My weapon's now plus 22, but my armor's only plus 8. Why did you use it? Oh my god. Someone spurred. Oh no.
Oh no.
I died.
Oh no.
Someone hit our big ability that we had and wasted it, and it would have fucking taken out like a third of the boss's health right off the bat.
New action learned. Bloodbath.
Alright, we win. That was a mess. That was messy. Well, little more story.
More story.
Challengers conquered the 20th floor, and it is only a matter of time before she arrives to confront you. May I suggest that? Oh. Big roar. Yes, quite. In that case, I shall leave you to attend your duties as I return to mine. Fare thee well. Oh, fuck. He's working for the big boss. Big boss.
Ah, there's Spirit Hold.
What?
Spirit Hold. Looking for it.
Oh. Scuffed or not scuffed?
Let's go for not scuff.
No, it's big scuffed.
Not scuff. Right.
It's shit. It's big shit.
Shame.
Big garbage.
Can't win them all, I suppose.
Nope. I'm gonna do floors 21 through 30. The big one to get is getting the end levels. The end levels are the ones you can spam run. That's where the most people run. I think it's the end of the first set. I want to say it's 51 to 60 is the most common run one for EXP. I think that's where the best rates are. Is floors 51 to 60 for Heaven on High, because that's the same way it was for fuck, I don't remember what the other one was called. I want to say Deepstone Crypt, but that's not it. Deepstone Crypt is the raid in Destiny. I don't remember what the other one's called. It's called something. Fuck happened to one of our homies? He got the shit kicked out of him. Fucking demolished. Wow. I have like no fucking defenses.
Magic bones.
Someone replied to the Pepitos, still a better love story than Twilight. Quality. Big quality. Okay, we're not all dead now. Or are we gonna keep clearing? Okay. Or are we just looking to see if the other shit's actually worth doing? This floor's special effect is we always sprint.
Is that a problem?
No, that's actually really good. This is actually it's a boon, not a curse. Moving faster is nice.
I'll be right back again.
Okay. Oh, well, why the hell am I not hitting? My accuracy's been like consistently lowered. Actually, kind of surprised Freelance didn't name his character Tony Lazzuto. He could be the brains of the whole operation.
I'm back.
So why didn't you name your character Tony Lazzuto?
Cause he's running the whole operation. I can't have that on my back.
I don't remember what Grand Theft Auto that's from even, is the funniest part about it.
Jubaboo. Jubaboo.
I think I still own GTA 5. I never actually played through it though.
I know the PS5 version will be out soon. I'm pretty sure I'll be getting that for free, so I might want to give online another try.
I'll say I got it for free with the Epic Store at that one point when they gave it away for free.
Oh yeah, me too.
That was the only reason I have it. I just never actually played it.
Yeah, it's it's good. Grand Theft Auto.
They're supposed to be making a 6th one soon, right?
There's been reports, yes.
Play it only with... What if there's like a way you can mod the music in the game to not play like the regular like real music and have it like play other music?
I think for PC version there is.
Just like mod it through so it just plays like the Donkey Kong Country music instead of any of the other songs on the radio. Like each radio station's a different video game. That'd be dope.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's hit that Banjo-Kazooie station.
And it only plays like 8 different versions of the fucking spooky level. Because that's like the most common song from that game for whatever reason. The Donkey Kong station is just 9 different remixes of Gangplank Galleon.
So many side quests.
Like I said, there's a lot to do in the game. It just even if you're just playing the game to do story stuff and just do quests, there is so much you can do. Spike the football. Discern the accursed horde. The accursed horde is not on this floor. At least I have friends that are getting like into like the games I like again.
Yeah, I want to keep up with this, unlike I did last time I tried to play this.
Yeah, it was nice back in the day when I had like a bunch of friends I could get on and like we were all on. I'd get on and like everybody was on WoW and like we'd go run dungeons and shit. Like that was the part that was nice about it. And then like everybody stopped playing it. It was like, well, I still like the game, but now I don't have anybody to play with. And it kind of loses a lot of it when you don't have your friends to play with. Like,
Yeah.
It's cool, like, when you have, like, a reason to keep playing the game and you're enjoying it, but there is a certain degree of, like, I could play with randoms and be fine, but it's way more fun to get the boys together and let's go run some 5-mans. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Like,
get
for
that.
years, that's what it was, and then just, like, my old friend group fell apart, and then I'd never been able to really get people to get back into stuff to, like, play together. And then you get roped up in all the drama and shit because you try to find other circles, and the circles you find end up not being exactly the greatest people to be around.
Nah.
So then all you care about is all the drama and bullshit. You just end up being the same toxicity you fucking hated about the game before. And you end up just becoming one of the fucking other burnouts in the game that isn't burnt out because they're actually done with and bored with the game, but because they're just around people who do nothing but bitch and complain about the game. Because they're burnouts and they're just projecting. Which is like 90% of the WoW subreddit and most of the streamers on WoW that like stream all the higher end content at this point. Which is sad because it's just one of those things that like the game may not be in a like amazing state, but it's also kind of like you're not really helping the situation by doing nothing but bitching about everything that's bad about it, because that's all anybody talks about. You know?
Yeah.
Because now the meme nowadays is Blizzard bad. I mean, even when they do hit, they miss because they're still damned in the court of public opinion on that. You know? Like, oh, you made this big mistake twice in a row, so now that everything will be compared to that forever now. And like, not even like PR moves, just like bad game design decisions. So you can never actually see what's good about the game anymore because you're so fixated on what's bad on it, you refuse to even recognize that there's something good. You know? And then the meme becomes just that.
Yeah, kind of like with Cyberpunk. I hear Cyberpunk, you know, it's got a great story, it's still pretty fun.
Honestly, I watched a couple of people play through that game. Yeah, it had bugs and shit, but honestly, it felt like a Bethesda game. Yeah, they might be buggy messes, yeah, they might have their issues, but I have 4,000 hours in Skyrim, so can I really say Skyrim is a bad game?
Yes.
I feel like it's disingenuous if I'm
In fact,
actually
you'd be
saying
the one with the most authority to say it's a bad game.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, the amount of time I've put into it, like me or MXR or someone else who has that similar amount of time put into that game, definitively, if one of us says the game is either good or bad, you're probably inclined to believe us. You know? That's why, like, I love the joke reviews that people put up of, like, you know, they got 2,000 hours in Destiny 2, and the review is, I fucking hate this game, 10 out of 10 would recommend.
I'm not sure that's a joke.
No, it is. It's satire is what it is. And it's done, it's like that because of it being an RNG-based loot game. The game plays really great. The guns all feel really fun. All the weapons all feel really fun to play with. The armor system is really good. The game is set up really, really well. Why it's satire is because the joke is you could have my luck where I'll go through and not be looking for anything in particular and just get, you know, god tier rolls on items I didn't even realize were god tier because I'm not even paying attention to it and just accidentally got some of the best weapons in the game. But on the same token, you could be like Chris, who has literally run the same raid with 3 characters once a week for 40 weeks and still doesn't have the one item he doesn't have from the raid.
Okay, that's an outfit.
Oh, hang on. Oh. I mean, it shows off all the best parts of your character. Look at those abs.
Your daughter
You could
calls me
grind-
daddy. Your daughter
You
calls
could grind meat on that.
Your daughter calls me daddy.
Right, she does. I mean, shit, look at those abs. Every time I see, like, a full six-pack, like, full-cut abs, all I can think of is the fucking, clip from Team 4 Star's Dragon Ball Abridged, when fucking Frieza hits Goku's chest, and he's just completely shirtless, and he's like, oh my god, you could grind meat on those things. And it, like, quickly backs up really fast. You legitimately could fucking grind meat on her abs, though. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if they gave the character models, like, a texture update.
Jeez.
How much more cut that would look.
I mean, they might do a texture update in the future.
They might, with the fact that we're getting the PS5 support. They
Yeah.
might be able to do that now. Because, like, they said there's limitations they have that they couldn't do because of the PlayStation 4 support. And the same reason, like, PlayStation 3 support hindered a little bit of things they wanted to do, and now they had to drop it.
But then again, at some point, you also still want to keep that same kind of
You want to
performance
keep. That's why
for lower
yeah, that
end
and
systems.
you also want to keep the visual appearance that is expected of the game. That's why World of Warcraft has never changed its art style really. It's
I
increased
thought it
the
kind of
fidelity
did.
of it.
That's what
It did like an HD update to the game, but it hasn't really changed its viewpoint and look to it. It still keeps that same concept and that same feel to what WoW looks like because it's its iconic appearance.
Yeah.
That's why like when RuneScape did it, people were really kind of like, I don't man, because it was that appearance, that look of what RuneScape was very iconic, and people were attached to that. That's what it was a part of the game. So changing it to what RuneScape 3 looks like now was met with a lot of resistance for it.
Oh yeah, there's always going to be some
Like I
pushback
would
to
never
change.
want Pokemon to have a photorealistic like
No. That'd be-
hyper 4K appearance. Not because those games would be terrifying, but because it wouldn't be Pokemon. Like, I wouldn't want Zelda to not have a shell-shaded look and have that look and feel that I expect out of a Zelda game. I wouldn't want, like, a 4K hyper-realistic, like, fucking, like, Last of Us, like, Part 1 and Part 2 game appearance. Like, that wouldn't be Zelda. That wouldn't be the game I
Yeah.
was expecting.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I expect that style. I
Metroid can
want
probably do that
appearance.
pretty well, but not like things like Legend of Zelda.
No, like it needs to fit the game, and it needs to fit the premise. And like I could sit with Metroid. Metroid Prime would be a great way to do that and give it like that like big 4K, like very realistic, like Halo looking like style to it. It would do really well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want I wouldn't want a 4K like hyper realistic everything. Like I don't like that appearance to begin with. You know, like,
Realistic Mario is weird looking Italian guy.
I don't like games that like try to look as similar to real life as possible. I've never liked that trend.
You're always
going
gonna
to
get those kinds of games, and I like
artistic nature is in video games.
I like
That's
both.
why I like so much of Nintendo games. Like they may not always be like the greatest God's gift to the earth games, but a lot of what makes like Wind Waker one of my favorite games, a big part of that is the art style. I love how that game looks. Its unique artistic design is what really sells that game. And if you changed that, you'd lose a huge part of what made that game what it was. Like, I like that there's games out there, but, like, that's why I always get, like, the whole thing of, like, oh, Nintendo's got all the little kitty graphics, it doesn't look good, and they, oh, look how bad these graphics are. Like, dude, if you're worried about what graphics are in a game and not if a game plays well, you can go have your fucking 4K graphics and dog shit gameplay.
Yeah, then you get those games that like look really good but also play really good. You got Ghost of Tsushima. Last of Us
Right,
Part
and-
2 actually has some pretty decent
But I mean,
gameplay.
like, for games like that where, like, Ghost of Tsushima is really more of a historical game. I would want that to have that appearance. I would want Total War to look like a real-life simulator type of thing. That type of art style fits that because that's what the premise is. A fantasy-style game, I want a fantasy-style art style. I don't want it to look like real life. I want it to look like a fantasy game.
I feel like either way works. I'm open to any kinds of art style as long as it's not like if any game tries to look like Big Mouth, I'm instantly going to shit on that game.
Oh, yeah. There's times where it's like, your art style is ridiculous, but like, a lot of times when the art style is absolutely out there ridiculous, it's intentional. Like,
Yeah.
That's the joke. It's meant to look like that. Like West of Loathing.
Like
That art style is intentional.
yeah. Or Sludge Life has a really ridiculous kind of art style, but it
Right.
works for that kind of world.
Right, it's like that's an intentional setup. Like, this was the direction they wanted to go with the game. You
I
know,
got
like,
new leggings, new pants.
It's basically like I want the art style to match the type of game it is. I don't want 4K hyper fidelity, super realistic graphics for the sake of 4K hyper realistic super fidelity graphics.
I'd rather it be like I don't want there to be a force of it should be only realistic because that's what we should be pushing for. If they want it to look realistic, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, that's their thing, but don't make it that way just because that's now the
The thing.
set expectation, and now everything needs to look that way.
And I am so happy that Sony is kind of like, of course, there's still going to be those kinds of games, but they're still making games like Ratchet and Clank now. That
Right,
look
I'm glad.
really
Like that
good.
was a big thing of what really kind of turned me off on Sony. Honestly, like over the years, like I just like I don't care that these games have hyper graphics.
And I hope we get to see more
because that was
Sly
the biggest
Cooper.
thing. Like before I got to meet like and really get to know like you and AJ. Like prior to that, all I ever heard when other people brought up PlayStation and Xbox was, "Look at how good the graphics are," and I'm like, "Yeah, but nothing about this game's gameplay or mechanics or anything is wowing me to be like I want to play this game. If I want hyper fidelity graphics, I'll go watch Lord of the Rings."
Gravity Rush is really good. Has a really good art style.
And it's a phenomenally stylistic game.
And
Like,
you know,
it's
there's
such a
Astra's
good game.
Astra's Playroom looks great. I do, and I hope we get to see more games like that from Sony. Like,
Right, and like, I want those games to be the mainstream type of games for the Sony and Xbox consoles. Like, that's the stuff I want to hear. I don't want to hear about the next Call of fucking Duty. I don't want to hear about the next Last of Us. I don't want to hear about the next fucking whatever dumb, realistic, hyper-realistic graphic game where the main focus selling point of this game is our graphics are the best graphics possibly ever. Literally the best. No one has graphics like our graphics. Our graphics are the best graphics.
Yeah.
I don't care about how good your graphics are. I care about how much fun your game is to play. Your graphics look great. Your game's not compelling. And I'm sick of those being the poster child of those consoles, because for two generations, I didn't want to buy the console because those were the poster childs.
Yeah, the generation with PS3 and PS4 really did kind of push that, like, let's make the graphics look amazing.
Right, and it was like one of those things that like they became like, oh, the Switch doesn't have the graphical power of all the other consoles. Like, yeah, but the games play a lot better and they are a lot more fun to play. Like, your games look great, but your games aren't fun. Like, the only games I ever were interested for the last 2 generations were like the Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, Ghost of Tsushima. And most of those games I didn't have to have the console to buy.
Journey to the Lavender Beds. Maybe I can buy a house.
The dream.
The dream.
The dream. But I mean, like, that was the big thing for me, is like graphics aren't everything. And like for the last several years, it seems like graphics are the selling point. If your game doesn't look 11 out of 10 photorealistic, holy shit, the fact that they can do these graphics in video games blows. Like, who fucking cares? Who cares? Give me good games to play. Give me something I want to fucking veg out on for 2,000 hours. Make me want to play your game. I can go look at 8K photographs and get the same image out of that as your freaking photorealistic graphics. You know? I don't care that I can count the cells on the leaves on your trees. I guess to some people they care that they can literally count the follicles of hair on their target through their sniper scope in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Not me, dude.
Okay.
I don't look at the guy that long.
Trying to pull the trigger here.
Right? I'm just trying to get the kills so I can win the game and unlock my gear I want, and I just want my cosmetics. Just trying to finish my season pass, dude. I don't care that his hair's photorealistic. In fact, I'm probably playing the game on extremely low graphics to minimize my input lag. You know? Like, a lot of the games that they focus on those high fidelity graphics, they're not games people are playing on maximum graphics settings either.
And which is why what I also like about this new generation is they're giving us options.
Right?
Do you want performance or do you want fidelity? I want performance.
I love about this generation is they're giving us games.
Yeah, did you hear how many games they have planned for? Do you hear how many games Sony has planned?
I mean, you saw me at, like, all the things, like, I was looking at, like, you never hear me get excited at those things. I'm just kind of like, alright, this seems interesting, okay. Now it's like, dude, I want to play this. Like, the games look fun. It's not about the graphics anymore, it's about fun games.
Yeah,
Like,
Returnal
this is what we
looks
wanted.
good, but it also looks like just a really fun game. Just a fun game.
It just looks like a more modern Metroid Prime, and that's the big feeling I get off it. It's like, this reminds me of playing Metroid Prime as a kid. Like, I want to play this. It's like Metroid Prime meets Gears of War. Like, this is fucking cool.
Then you got that game like Lost Soul aside. It looks great, but it also looks like it's just fun to play.
Right? Like, it's just a fun game, and like that's the stuff I want to see again. I want to have those fun games. Not, I have all the graphics in the world, but my game is a piece of garbage and no one wants to play this. It just belongs right back in the bin. Just toss it in the bin. Never look at it again. Like, some games have felt like that over the last couple of years.
The Order
It's like-
1886 is one of them.
Which one?
Order 1886 looks fantastic. Mwah. Beautiful
Meh.
looking game.
Meh
Just
fucking
a
game,
really
though.
boring third-person shooter.
Yep. Like, I'm really glad that there's actively, like, I both hate but love that I can be upset that I can't get my hands on a Xbox or a PlayStation right now.
Yeah, and I really hope that
I'm
that
actively
helps.
I'm both happy but upset about that because I'm glad I have a reason to want the console, and that I can be upset that I can't have one because for the last couple of years it's been like I have my Nintendo console. I could give a shit less, and that's the funniest part when I started going through like all the games I hadn't played over the last several years and like picking like going and like pulling out all the games and like I want to be able to get like the devices to stream some of these games and like actually like do stuff with this.
Yeah, recently I got a HD60 S Plus,
Dude,
so
I realized I have like 30 games for the Wii U. Everyone talks about how that console has like no games and like I have 30 fucking games I own for that console. That console has so many good titles on it.
does it?
But it was okay to meme on it and just talk about how bad the console was because it was technically a financial failure. But the game, it has so many good games.
Did it?
It really does. Like, no memes. Like, that game, it legitimately has a lot of really good titles. There was a lot of stuff they ported to it that no one remembers was on there. A lot of games that never got ported to, like, the Wii or the 3DS got ported to the Wii U. And, like, DS games that you can't get your hands on anymore, you can buy on the shop channel on the Wii U. That's why they haven't shut it down, thankfully.
How do I get to the lavender
It's
beds?
really cool that you could just get those. Like, those games just exist.
Where are the lavender beds? Show me. Point me in the direction. Everyone here is useless.
Ugh. I think what's funny too is a lot of people forget this, but Breath of the Wild was actually a launch title, or one of the final launch titles for the Wii U. It was technically a port to the Switch.
Yeah. I think also
It
a lot of what turned people off in the Wii U is just that controller looked awful.
Oh yeah, the way the controller setup wasn't great. That's where the Pro Controller originally like resonated from. Like they
Yeah.
made it because of the fact that like it was a neat idea that just didn't work. I liked it. I thought it was a cool idea, but it's definitely bulky. It's really awkward to use.
Yeah.
It was like I said, cool idea, just not the best execution. And you can see that it definitely has a better setup with the way they did it with the Switch.
How do I get into the
If
fucking
they did
lavender
a better
beds?
thing. There's a boat you can take from the city or in I think the East Shroud.
I see the boat. The boat's here.
Talk
There's
to
even
the-
a boat
yeah.
icon.
There should be a ferryman you can talk to.
Sentry? No, not you.
No, she's literally, I
Ferry
think it's
skipper?
literally called ferry. I think it's literally called ferry
Oh,
skipper or something.
There we
yeah.
go. Ferry skipper. Okay. What am I looking at?
Now that you have triumphed over Haruko, we can finally end this charade. For my part, you have my deepest apologies. Russia was only acting in accordance with my instructions that my fabrications might secure your cooperation. So wait, what? Was I getting led on the whole time? Know that I have only been masquerading as a Confederate. In truth, I'm a member of the Oni Shishu. What? The Demon Clan? Ours is a sacred brotherhood which has endured for millennia, that we may safeguard our knowledge. We side with no nation and strive to remain neutral in political affairs. Accordingly, we were wary of placing our trust in those with whom we have yet to establish rapport. In that respect, the Onishishu are something in common with the Confederacy. You have the right of it there, Rasho, though I must say you are not likely to find Onishishu members demanding tribute from seafarers or crossing swords with Imperials. In all fairness, I should like to think that we all serve the realm in our own way. For our part, my organization seeks the lost knowledge of the Allagons, that it may benefit the peoples of the modern world. The creation and maintenance of Aethernets is one such example. Though my duties here are many and varied, keeping watch over heaven on high is among the most important. Very few people know this, but this tower was built as a training ground thousands of years ago by the founding members of the Onishishu. They foresaw that a great calamity would befall the star, and in preparation sought to instruct warriors in warcraft. That's how they teach people how to play World of Warcraft.
I guess all the lavender bed houses are taken.
Yeah, I already checked all of them. They're all taken. It's pretty wild.
So are there any other houses I could take then?
I'm 99% sure no.
Not even apartments?
I didn't check the apartments. You might be able to get an apartment. I know if you join a free company that has a house, you can purchase a room in a free company to have your own extra room in that. You have your own personal room in that free company house.
Ooh.
So there is that too. The other freedom intruders, tales of holy this and sacred that were spread throughout the Ruby Sea. Only the truly fearless would dare approach. Founder of the Confederacy was one such brave soul. He reached the 30th floor of heaven on high and triumphed over its guardian, but found that he could go no further. Abandoning his conquest of the tower, he decided to become a protector of the Ruby Sea. Every Confederate leader since has used the 30th floor as the yardstick by which we measure ourselves, and like him, we aid the Onishishu in their search for would-be heroes. Oh, okay, so there's a whole, like, reason for this. Piracy organization have always been our staunchest supporters, allowing us to go about our work while we ostensibly serve as members of the crew. Imagine our delight when we suggested the Warrior of Light herself as a candidate to challenge the tower. Just like Rasho and the pirate captains before him, you bested Haruko. He looked into your soul and found you worthy. Were you found wanting, well, I am sure you can guess the fate of those who do not pass muster. Yet his is a tragic tale, for one of our revered predecessors made the ultimate sacrifice so that Haruko may be given life. Rather than listen to my account, perhaps you'd best see for yourself. Please make your way to the 10,000-year pine. That may appear to be much like any other pine tree. It is far from ordinary. It stands to the northwest of the tower. It's just a single pine tree. The 10,000-year pine tree.
Oh no, the magic bones! They caught me!
The magic bones! Interacting with the 10,000-year pine. It's actually impressive that this tree has been around for 10,000 years. Those trees don't generally live that long.
I hear they can.
Well, it's usually because their root systems are so shallow. But they usually end up getting knocked over windstorms. What the fuck? Okay, now it really has gotten to some near shit. You see this?
What? Oh, whoa.
Auxiliary protocol system activated. Verifying access permissions. Security clearance for floor 31 confirmed. Initiating archive footage projection.
The glowflies are fucking attacking me!
Worker's incubation period is almost over. All that remains is to add the final ingredient. Master, must you go through with this? Look at him, he's a fucking Chad, dude. Holy crap. I've lived more than long enough, perhaps this way I can finally make myself useful. How can you say that the only Shishu gave all of us a purpose? We would be nothing without you. Oh, that I bless you all with intellectual curiosity, your drive and ambition. Come, I but brought you together, a minor achievement compared to those of my dearly departed friends. They give their lives that the world might be spared to Alec's fate. Though my sacrifice pales in comparison, I should be glad to be of service. Save your words, I will not be swayed. He's pretty much committed to this at this point, then. You were never one to change your mind, and I do not but pray you find some measure of peace beyond this life. fleeting existences may seem inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but with them we lay the foundations upon which those who come after may build something greater. Huh. I like that.
Thigh boots. Or sandals. Thigh boots. Alright, to Spirit Hold. We're going on an adventure. Oh, no, someone needs a quest. We do a quest.
Like, to this day, one of my favorite class quest series for like the storyline for it is the Samurai class quest. I hope they bring back the class specific quest too with Endwalker, because they did role specific quests instead with Shadowbringers, rather than quest progression that as you leveled from the start of the expansion to the end of it that had specific class storyline to it. They didn't do that with this expansion. I kind of wish they did, because I really liked the Samurai storyline. It was very Way of the Sword.
Huh.
And it was really cool the way it started, from where it started to where it ended. It ends very like Way of the Samurai. It's very good. I really enjoyed it. So now I can access floor 31. Because I know the truth. Heaven on High Apex now accessible. You can now explore beyond floor 30 of Heaven on High. And then you can unlock the weapons that you get on high upper outside. You can forge it down into a you can forge it, you can take all the power out of it and turn it into a weapon to just have.
Huh.
So if you like how the weapon looks, you can get it pulled out of there and you can have it, you can like take it with you kind of thing. I'm not a huge fan of how they look, so I don't bother melting it down to get the items out of it. I can read my progress.
That's my hunting log. Mightling. There's Oppo Oppo. And Hoglet.
So now I can just run floor 21 to 30, and that's the easy one. That's the one that you get like instant queues on, because this is the one people run the most of now. Now I can power level. I'd like to get Machinist and a Machinist Gunbreaker Ninja to 80 before Endwalker comes out. So I've got like all summer to fuck with this. I don't have to do this like right away. So like if I want to just do a couple levels a week or something, I can. I don't have to like go and fucking ape shit on it. Just like, yo, I gotta get these done by like next week. Let's go. I just wanted to make sure I had this opened up. I'm just kind of, it didn't take fucking forever to get through all the queues on it. Because last time I tried this, like, nobody was running it.
Wow!
So it felt really bad, because I sat in queue for, like, fucking, like, an hour and a half, and it never popped. You can technically do this solo, but it's literally just a challenge for it. There's no extra bonus for doing that. It's just fucking hard. You gotta be really good at the game to do that. There is someone who has finished every floor it can go down by solo. People have done it. I don't know why they would do that, but there are people that would do it. Because they're crazy people. The worst part about playing video games with the controllers, my hands get fucking sweaty.
Knees weak. Arms spaghetti.
Knees weak, palms are sweaty, arms are heavy already.
Spaghetti on spaghetti already. Mom spaghetti.
I fucking love Eminem's music so much, and I love the fucking memes around a lot of it. Because there's a lot of them he makes that are just completely self-aware. Like, this is completely ridiculous. And the best part is a lot of those are diss tracks and like are intentionally bad just because he's calling out someone else for being an idiot. What's nice about getting it to where you can do the spam floors like this is it's not about leveling, because you have to level up from 60 to 70 in this, or from 1 to 50 in the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
When you're on these levels, you're already at max level, so it's just a matter of getting through them as quickly as you can.
Right.
So you're not trying to fight every monster on the floor, you just need to just clear what you need to clear to get through it. I kind of like that. 'Cause it's not one where there's actually like a timer to it. It's just a matter of this is how people have started playing it. Is just let's get through it as quickly as we can and try to only kill what we need to kill. These were a lot of fun to do some power leveling on. When I say I picked up Machinist at one point, this is how I leveled my Machinist, was through this. Back in Heaven's Ward. Well, not this one, the other one, the other deep dungeon that existed. We went from 1 to 50 during that, doing that. So I could play Machinist, and we were doing it as a 4-stat because there were 4 of us playing at the time. It was just one of those like fun things.
Yeah.
It'd be a fun Bruvs night for sure, where you just fucking get the guys, you know, you just go run. Let's go level some characters, but it's like we'll turn it into a drinking game. Every time you hit a trap, take a shot. Every time you pull an extra mob, this fucking this like that'd be fun. I'd have fun with that. You just don't drink anything super hard, so you don't kill yourself.
Yeah, I have schnapps I can take, but...
John would drink literally fucking ethanol, because that's what John drinks is ethanol. Quill would drink ethanol, because Quill also just drinks straight ethanol. I'd probably just fucking make some of the good shit and have it sit on the desk like I usually do on the weekends, because that's how I spend my weekends. I'll relax and play my games and enjoy my, I enjoy my vices. As it should be.
Yeah.
After all, there is the me time.
Alright.
The
Well,
weekends are the me times.
should be dinner time soon. I just want to rest a little bit. So,
Dinner times.
next time I play, I'll be getting the spirit hold.
It's good to see you enjoying the game.
Yeah.
If there's one MMO that's like legitimately just fun to play and doesn't have like a heavy like commitment to it, to like feel like you need to be on it all the time, it's definitely this one. This one's very well done. And it's the critically acclaimed game you can play for free up to level 60, including the Heavensward expansion content.
I know!
Do you know that, Freelance?
Yes! Alright, so I'm gonna end this here.
Alright,
See
I'll see you
Ryan.
later, dude. I'll be
As for you guys, thank you for watching. This will probably just something I'm on and off stream. You might see me like jump a few levels if I start the next stream. Because I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tonight, but I do want to do some Final Fantasy 14 tonight. God, that looks like a horrible mount. But until then, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.